Hey, welcome everybody to the PS4 Tournament's Open Series for this North American MK11 event. It is the weekly invitational that we get, and I am joined here by Wonder Chef. We are not the usual, well, at least I'm not the usual, but Wonder Chef has been here a hot minute. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Europe was super exciting, as it pretty much always is, and I think today we're going to have a really interesting North American bracket because a lot of the players that we're used to are out of town, so should be some nice surprises.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you take a look at like everything that's been going on recently for Mortal Kombat, a lot of events going on and stuff like that. But, you know, speaking of the events, the PS4 tournaments is part of the Open Series. So there's a lot of things that go on within the PS4 tournament scope, a lot of things that go on for Mortal Kombat events. And we have a little diddly just to show you guys how that all works.
Sangue Frio é o primeiro campeão aqui da primeira etapa da Liga Latina. Sensacional!
Look at this damage. Very doable.
You can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You won't beat the hell of power. Looks like bling.
Jokes, no gimmicks, just combat.
PlayStation.
And of course, the Mortal Kombat 11 Pro competition is part of the PS4 tournaments as well, running from December to May, where there are 3 different leagues: North America, Intercontinental Combat, and Liga Latina, and each of those is split up into different sub-regions for a total of $60,000 in prizing. But you can go to compete.playstation.com to sign up for that, because they're only about halfway done with that season, so it's not too late, and there are a lot of different regions, so be sure to see if yours is one of the ones that's included. But that's not what we're here for today. We are here for the Open Series, and of course we're here for North America. And if you all missed last week, we had a very exciting week. Speaking of surprises, one of our grand finalists was a big surprise, and that was BOS Illuminati, who we are going to be seeing here again today. A player who's a regular in the Open Series, but has never found quite as much success as he did last week. Unfortunately, wasn't quite able to close out the tournament, as the Mighty Unjust switched for the first time in a long while to the Shang Tsung to close out the bracket, which is I would say no real big surprise to anybody. The Mighty Unjust, of course, one of the most dominant players in the entire league, but the fact that Illuminati was able to defeat so many strong players on the way to that grand finals is really what the big story is. And like I said, luckily we're going to be able to see him today. The Mighty Unjust, however, we are not going to be able to see. He is one of the players that's out of town, and so one of the most dominant players immediately off the board, and that's gonna make for, I think, a pretty interesting bracket. As you can see, the Mighty Unjust and Tweedy have both won 2 tournaments apiece over the past month, with Biohazard winning 1. But out of all these names, Tweedy is the only one that is in the bracket today.
Yeah, Tweedy is basically one of the names to look at here at this bracket. And I mean, you guys can take a look at that right now. So it's going to be Illuminati versus Javier M, and then El Kakoi versus Tweedy, and then Perfect Shinigami versus Zentai. And on the bottom part is Blackout and Ava. I just got to say, I got to be real with you, Chef. Every time I commentate one of these Open Series, the North America starts, and there's always an Oregon player when I commentate in the bracket. I don't understand how this always lines up. I feel like I feel like it's just like a prophecy at this point.
Yeah, I don't know. There's really like not that many either, and when you're not here, they don't really show up. Like Blackout, it's just basically Blackout and Tigers, right? But
Yeah,
Tigers has only been here like a couple times, and Blackout very rarely. So I don't know. You summon them somehow, but you know, Perfect Shinny is from my region, SoCal. So we're gonna have to see if they end up winning and they end up playing against each other in semifinals, and we're gonna have to be rooting for the different regions, but we'll see if it gets that. But as you all can see, there are some names that we're pretty familiar with in that bracket, but a lot of new names as well. And of course, they're playing for a good amount of money. First, $250, second, $150, third and fourth, $100 apiece. But the finals are in just 3 days, where you can see the money goes up considerably. So this is not only going to be, you know, a nice competition for a nice amount of money, but it's going to be some really good practice for this upcoming Friday. But yeah, a weird bracket, like I was saying. You know, we've seen some players a lot in this bracket, but a lot of them have not quite made it. I believe of all of the players today, only Tweety has actually won one of these tournaments, but standing in his way is Illuminati, who was just absolutely destroying last week. There's also El Kakoi, who has actually defeated Tweety, and they're going to be playing in round one a little bit later on. And then, of course, some names that are a little bit newer to the Open Series, or we've only seen one or two times, like Eva, who did extremely well the first time that they were here. Just a real weird bracket. It's funny, because earlier today in Europe, we saw a whole bunch of people that we were expecting to see, and it turned out great. But this one is just going to be weird, and I would be surprised if we didn't see some cool upsets.
Yeah, well, I mean, in terms of, would you call like the possibility of El Kakoi and Tweety like an upset if El Kakoi was the one who took it?
At this point, I think, yeah. I mean, Tweety has...
Because I feel like that matchup is the one that like dictates what happens the rest of the tournament, honestly.
It definitely could. So the first time that they played, I actually think it might have been the first week or the second week that Tweety actually entered the Open Series. El Kakoi played him and kind of dominated him. It was very like weird, like nobody really expected that. But then every single time that they've played since, it has been pretty considerably in the favor of Tweety. However, we did see that Tweety maybe had a little bit of a Setron problem last week, so we'll see if he's maybe adapted to the matchup a little bit aside from that. But, you know, we can talk about that one later. I think they're like our third match of today. But it is true that's probably going to be one of the most important matches of the bracket. But, of course, before we get into our first match of the day, just remember, you can go to compete.playstation.com, and you can be one of these weird people who pulls off one of the really cool upsets of the day. And I don't mean weird. I mean, you know, some people that we're not expecting to see, which is always the most exciting, right? So go to compete.playstation.com, you sign up with your PSN, and it's all done from your PlayStation itself. Super duper easy. Sign up for a whole bunch of different games, not only just Mortal Kombat, but especially Mortal Kombat. And yeah, you can be a part of this too.
Yeah, so our first match is going to be the Illuminati versus Javier match. Illuminati, we talked about a little bit ago at being, you know, the second person in grand finals next to the Mighty and Just, right? Illuminati rocking the Kung Lao usually, but having other characters under his belt. And he even showed that on the last week that the Mighty and Just won. You know, he pulled out, it was Gearus, I think it was the other character that he pulled out.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit of a desperation pick, but definitely does have some other characters in his arsenal. However, I expect to see pretty much 100% Kung Lao, especially the Buzzsaw Kung Lao, which is a variation that is super difficult to deal with, and you really need a lot of experience and like kind of a game plan going into it. Otherwise, it's very easy for it to run you over, and Illuminati showed that off perfectly last week.
The other side is going to be Javier, one of our two Aaron Blacks. That's right, there's two of them in this bracket. You don't get to see that very often, but yeah.
Yeah, no, Aaron Black, character that, oh my gosh, we saw so much of this character when the game first came out, and then over time, just less and less and less. And a lot of times the Aarons in the top 8s that we see tend to fall a little bit short, but with two of them in the bracket today, I think that we're going to stand a pretty good chance of seeing one go decently far. I think the last time that we saw somebody using Aaron go far, it was Raichu2Q, who used multiple different characters, but that was a while back, and that's not necessarily what we're talking about right now, because right now we have to think about Kung Lao versus Aaron Black. And one thing that I think we're going to be doing a lot today is think about what a character has to bring to the table against the Buzzsaw. Now, for anybody out there who's not familiar, Buzzsaw is a move that you take with Kung Lao, where he throws down the hat and it just kind of sits in place next to him. And after a set amount of time, it fires forward. So it gives you essentially this like free pressure tool. And it's really hard to get around it because if you jump over it, sometimes you land on it, or he can anti-air you. If you try to attack back, then you just get hit by the hat. And it's going to dictate a lot of... Oh my gosh, it's going to dictate nothing because he immediately went to Garrus. I know. I'm not even surprised anymore. So weird seeing him go immediately to Garrus, but we'll see if it's a little bit more practice than it was last week. It also has to go up against the Mighty Unjust the only time that we saw it, and that is going to be difficult even if it's a character you've been playing for 2 years straight. So we'll see how it does. And we see the Sand Simulacrum, which is a cool move. It's got the teleport, shifting sands and quicksand. And on the other side, the down Peacemaker, the low shot, scud shot, and I didn't see what the last one was because there's too many moves to read.
I am living today because I have gotten to see both of my characters just like in abundance so far. Gear's only just now showing up, but you know, Scorpion all throughout EU.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, for as much Scorpion as we saw in EU, I think we're going to be seeing even more Garrus than that in North America. So get ready. But hey, maybe you can teach me a little about Garrus, because I am, well, no, actually, I've seen plenty of Garrus. I was going to say I don't know enough, but I've seen so much Garrus at the start of this game's life. And right now, this is a familiar situation, the opponent in the corner, but that's a big mix-up that we're going to see a lot. The low shot, one of the new additions to Kung Lao in Ultimate, is going to add a lot to his mix-up game.
You mean Aaron Black?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. What did I call him?
Yeah, you said Kung Lao.
Oh, yeah.
You're super in on Illuminati playing Kung Lao, so I
know. I can't give up on the idea of it. Wow, that was a huge risk. Just throwing out the raw acid in neutral. That's very sand punishable, as we saw.
Yeah, and there's that very sands right there. So normally it's going to be able to stop your movement, but the drop kick actually doesn't count as movement, so it doesn't deal with the sand, right? You still get all that forward momentum and you get out of that situation.
Yeah, shifting sands is very character specific as to how you get out of it. Some characters just have the worst time in the world doing it, but hey, Aaron Black forward 4 is just one of those you can never go wrong with it type moves. Just far overhead, gets out of the shifting sands, so hey, we take
and
it.
There it is again on reaction to the throw, and yeah, he gets the crushing blow on that. Look at the damage there. He's trying to wake up and no dies. Time stop. Gonna get that time splash.
Yeah, this might be it. Oh no, I'm sorry. He doesn't. I don't. I thought he had a stronger ender, but I forgot he doesn't have the bed of spikes. See, Tweety is in every single one of these events and constantly uses bed of spikes. El Kakui uses Garrus with bed of spikes, and basically every single person uses the same variation. So I tend to forget when people don't have it. But there we go. Is that KB? Oh, it is.
That was max distance right there. So that gives the KB, and I feel like this variation was far more standard because this is basically just the straight up stock living history variation from before, from what I remember.
Yeah. This is it's for the people who don't want just launchers, basically, but it's a very useful variation, and having the command grab, I mean, basically changes the character 100%.
Oh, you never let go of the command grab as far as I'm concerned. Oh, the crushing blow. Okay, he's gonna need one big mix up, but no full conversion there, unfortunately, and he needs a lot to work with right here. And there's the open up Illuminati with the first game.
Yeah, dropping that combo was super unfortunate. That was his best chance for sure of closing that out, but just letting it go a little bit too soon. And then, of course, you not only do you lose Oki, but like you get negative Oki if you whiff the rest of that string, which he had to because you have to pre-dial it in. So, unfortunate drop and not a good way to end the first game, but we'll see if he can make the comeback. And hey, it's nice to see that Illuminati's Garrus is working out.
Yeah, was the last week the first time that you saw Illuminati's Garrus, or did you see Illuminati's Garrus before that? Because the only other times I've ever seen Illuminati play was all Kung Lao, right? In fact, Kung Lao specifically, he was the first person that showed me like what Buzzsaw could do.
Yeah, basically, it was kind of the same for all of us. You know, one of the very first people to really start using Buzzsaw, but I have never seen his Garrus aside from the one game that he played it last week, where he did kind of lose badly. So this is the first win that I've seen with his Garrus, and it's nice for everybody to have a secondary. So hey, always good to see people expanding their horizons. But on the other side, yep, we're going to stick with the exact same thing. The third option was the launcher. And I mean, hey, it was a close match. It's just the one big drop can change everything.
Oof, right there immediately with the command grab. And oh, tried to go for it again, but no, Dice was ready for it. Javier's gonna get some damage off this. The wake up.
Just running him all the way from one corner to the other.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, hey, it's a sick command grab. It's, I mean, the fact that it's like a command grab that, although it doesn't give you a ton of damage unless you get the KB, it gives you so much wall carry, and that means so much for Garrus.
Ooh, but you notice right there, Javier specifically was able to get the puddle out without actually getting caught by the sand. You remember in the first game where Javier basically took a ton of damage simply due to the sand, you know, got hit by the KB, got hit by sand just regular when he would toss it. Not that time. It was just a bit too late. And as soon as I say it.
Oh yeah, that is always something that you're gonna have to be wary of, is the sand trap. I mean, that's almost the main point of Garrus, is that he can constantly threaten you with that. That leads into Oki when you have the, I don't even know what the better version of it's called, but it's terrifying, and we can see it. Ooh, raw low.
Okay, stuck in the sand, and oh, jumped over it. That's really good for Javier, because he got all that poison damage. Now he's got the full conversion here.
Right, normal grab. The nicest thing about Garrus is that both of his normal grabs give him Oki, which is pretty unique in this game. Not a lot of characters get that.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, he's the other grappler archetype, other than like Terminator, I guess you could say. But he's like more of a brawler than he's a grappler. Yeah, spinning the fatal blow right here, trying to get into a checkmate situation.
Yeah, that is, I think, not going to be enough. Right.
No, there's no way. There's no way.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't do
close.
4-2-1-2 into it. I think that would have still connected. It would have been able to bait a potential breakaway, which would have been useless. And then it would have done enough damage, I think, to kill, but just went for 4-2-1 into it and still managed to pull off the win. But no more fatal blow. And both these characters have super good, far reactionary fatal blows. So getting rid of it is getting rid of the fear of it also, which is a big deal.
Oh, there it is. Okay, command grab. Yeah, raw. Normally you're like looking at the tick grab for command throw, but just doing it raw is always such a strong tool because you catch people slipping.
Yeah, also doing it raw, like on defense, was an interesting choice. But here we go, big conversion. Of course, breaking away against this is not always a great option. Just a little far for the crushing blow there. But of course, that means now he's in the corner. Although now you're in the corner because Aaron Black's so good at switching sides on every combo.
Yeah, one of the nice little strengths, plus being able to put up that puddle. But good breakaway, and then there's the fatal blow.
He body splashed into it like he was jumping into a swimming pool, but it's a swimming pool of pain, as that's going to do a lot of damage. Not enough, though. Actually, not even enough to get back the life lead. I thought it was going to do a little bit more than that. Must have been because a lot of the shots missed at the start, but immediate brutality. Out comes the eyeballs. And
it just makes no sense. How do the eyes pop out? I don't understand.
I have no idea. Some of the physics in some of these brutals and fatals are just something else, you know, like, oh, like the one where he where Garrus, when he does the fatality and he like hits you in the back of the head, and your head like separates, face. Like the front of your face comes off, and then your skull comes off, and then the brain comes out, but the back of the head is all still intact. Like, I don't know how he does it. I'm not going to question it.
It's like one of those kung fu movies where they teach you how to like channel your energy through the proper like punching, and so like he's perfected that art so that only your face will come off.
Yeah, but he just leaves the back of your head like without any negative energy or something like that. But I don't know. That's Garrus. Let him do what he wants. I don't want him to punch me in the back of the head, so
I'm a big fan. So I mean, yeah, let's keep letting that happen.
Well, we'll see if we get that fatality at all today. I like the other one more because it's way more gross. The skin peeling one, or well, I guess body peeling one. It's more than just your skin, but I don't know. It's gross. And so now we are up 2-0, right?
Was that not the first game? Am I wrong?
I thought that was the second game. I think we saw the...
Oh, no, you're right.
Yeah. So sorry. We're up 2-0, and it feels like it's been a really long game for being 2-0. And I think we're seeing if something happened with the lobby, but it seems to me like Javier is just not really respecting the sand trap enough, and it's costing him a lot.
So like the first game, it was absolutely the case, right? The first game for sure, there was not enough respect on the sand trap. But the second game, it happened a lot less. However, when it did happen, it felt like Illuminati had placed them in better positions that weren't just like, oh, I'm just reaction sand trap to you tossing down a puddle. Because, you know, that's a lot what Javier did, but it was more so like Sandtrap was coming out preemptively for maybe a gunshot or something like that, right? Like they caught a lot of those situations. And I think that's where a lot of the difference in Sandtrap was for the first few games. And then plus, it wasn't even just Sandtrap that took Illuminati the distance in that one. He was mixing him up sufficiently with the command grab off the, you know, the forward 2-1, not finishing the string, just doing 2-1 command grab kind of deal. And it was just difficult to deal with.
Yeah, so it does look like one of the players just needed a reinvite to the lobby, and we're going to get them back in. But it is, of course, 2-0 in the favor of Illuminati and his Garrus. And yeah, it is nice to see the more traditional Garrus, I guess you could almost say, you know, with the command grab. I'm so used to it. I think, so last week, I think we saw 3 different players choose the same variation, the same exact variation of Garrus, which had shifting sands, it had the enhanced sand trap, and the and better spikes.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I consider this variation to be like the Gur variation. It's a lot closer to how he plays. Actually, I think this is his exact variation. I could be wrong. I don't know if Gur plays better spikes, but you know, it's.
Yeah, I think Gur still goes for command grab. I don't know, but the other one is definitely the Tweety variation, so we'll see it a little bit more later. However, it's nice to see how a character can play so differently just based on the variation. All right, strong start from Javier this time, but yep.
Sand trap on every puddle, basically. Every time he's seen the puddle get thrown down, like the muscle memory for Illuminati has just been to immediately go to sand trap.
Yeah, which I mean is perfect, absolutely perfect, and it's still wild to me that Javier keeps trying. I mean, you're losing so much life for that. That is not a good trade. However, he does have the life lead, so
yeah, I was gonna say right now it's working out beautifully, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
I mean, how many more of those can he take? And the big deal, too, is that he gets Oki every single time he lands it. But, man, he's landing so many sand traps. It's, like, unbelievable. And now he's 1 hit away. Just needs to strike throw mix up here.
Oh, what a fatal blow. Timing. Sees the roll. Knows he's going to hit that button. And, oh, boy.
Yeah, that seemed almost unnecessary, but I actually do like that. That is an option that we see Garrus players go to a lot, where the best Oki option is just step back, just walk backwards, react with fatal blow if they do anything. And it was a guaranteed win, and he did pull it off. So now we're on match point for Illuminati.
And I mean, already an excellent start. He stole his defensive bar on the breaker, and he's already got him close to the corner. Fighting back, Javier. He's, you know, he has been just checking that low string every time. I don't know if he's ever gotten hit by it.
Grab.
That's one of my favorite throws. It's so cartoonish.
I know. I like both of his throws a lot, actually. I know. I think Aaron Black is a sick character. Oh, but goes for the raw grab. He's not sick when he hits you with raw 50-50s from full screen.
I guess not, yeah. Oh, the fatal blow raw and it caught him?
Hey, it's pretty quick. It's definitely not the first time that we've seen a raw Aaron Black fatal blow hit somebody. So that is going to pretty much even up the life here. And normally I would say that puts him into fatal blow territory, but he used it in the first game. And so it's no longer a threat. Otherwise, this would be a really scary situation where anything Aaron Black does might be reactable. But now he's got a chance. Ooh, maybe an accidental breakaway. Maybe he didn't want to get hit by more shots, but now no defensive bar going to the next round.
Final round. Fight.
So we'll see how this starts out. Probably going to be a sand trap. Hey, there we go. I don't think he's hit the crushing blow yet, so whiffing the sand traps can build up to that.
No, he hasn't hit the crushing blow yet. I can guarantee that one.
All right, well, we'll see if he whiffs a few more, or if he eventually tries to.
Low.
Yep. All right, big
shotgun cancel.
Oh, and that damage adds up so quickly. If you get one opening while they're in the acid, oh, look at this damage.
Oh no, yeah, I was gonna say that guarantees that, I'm pretty sure. The second he tossed that sand trap and it got blocked, there was no way out.
Yeah, honestly, I think even if there hadn't been any sort of punish or anything like that, the acid would have pretty much guaranteed that kill. He would have just sat in it and died as he was recovering, which is pretty unfortunate. But a good adaptation so far from Javier. I mean, I think the overall game plan has been pretty similar from what it was earlier in this set, but I think the execution was a little bit better. And I mean, one big thing we have to say is there wasn't any raw acid throws, which is obviously getting him punished quite a bit. So
there was only one that game, only one, and then it was at the very beginning, and then never again.
Yeah. It seemed like maybe he's like, okay, lesson learned, let's stop this. But hey, you can see exactly how different it can turn out if you're not getting sand trapped constantly, because like I said, the Oki from the sand trap is even bigger than the fact that it does like 150 damage and pulls you in. Like, yeah, it's not good to get hit by it. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. So right over back to the Kung Lao. Buzzsaw, Possessed Hat. Seems pretty standard, especially for Illuminati. Like no real big surprises there for me.
Yeah, that's usually the go-to with the with the Buzzsaw, the Possessed Hat, just because there aren't a lot of one slot options for Kung Lao. So it's just, it's pretty common, but here we go. We can immediately see the pressure starting off. It looks like the Garrus experiment is over, and Illuminati's getting a little bit serious. All right, good throw, but forward throw from Aaron Black doesn't really get you anything. It's not even that advantageous as far as like setting up zoning. So now
it pretty much gives you the puddle, and that's about it.
Yep. And even then, like, it gives them time to jump out of the puddle as you throw it. All right, another forward throw. Yeah, see, like, he was able to set up his own projectile at the same time. Nice block.
Oh, flawless block on it. That was amazing. Immediate breakaway, though, from Javier, and he is just barely making this comeback. Like, it's small damage after small damage, and it's starting to add up quite a bit, especially because he's sitting in the puddle during that throw.
Oh, yeah, that is no small amount anymore. And gets hit, just needs one more hit. Oh, scud shot, and he diving over. Wow. Oh, that looked like a checkmate situation, but he needed to amp it sooner, I think. I just didn't have the meter, so he had no real good way of getting out of that. And so, unfortunately for him, it's now match point for Illuminati.
Yeah, I was like all in on Javier's ability to get that comeback after he had gotten that throw, but didn't end up working out. There's the crushing blow. Look at the damage.
Yep, and he kept it pretty much unbreakable too. Had there been a break, it would have just been armor broken. And so this is a huge life lead. Yeah, I mean, that's the other big thing about Buzzsaw, is that it does actually enable a lot of combos that other variations don't get. So you get a ton of damage with it.
I tried to use the projectile to be able to stop Kung Lao's forward movement, but the Buzzsaw worked out beautifully, and that's going to do it. Illuminati 3.
Yeah, 3-1, and that was honestly what I expected with the Kung Lao. I think had we seen the Kung Lao a little bit earlier, it would have been a little bit more of a one-sided set, but I did like the adaptation from Javier against the Garrus, and I think that's just an attempt maybe from Illuminati. I mean, it's something that we see quite a bit, especially in your first round match. People will attempt like some new characters, like, I'm picking this character up, let's see if they're ready. And sometimes you're like, wow, they are ready. And sometimes you're like, not quite so much. So, I mean, the Garrus was looking solid, but I do expect that we're going to see a lot more of the Kung Lao today and a lot more of basically what we saw in that last round.
I feel like it's one of those things where you just kind of have to have a little bit of experience with your secondary, and that's what he went for. Get as much experience with the secondary as possible. There was, the experience last week, there's the experience this week, and yeah, you said it. The Garrus was solid. It was definitely a strong pick, and it's getting better and better. But the Kung Lao is definitely where the meat and potatoes are for sure.
Yeah, it's gonna look as good as it did in that last round, I think, for the rest of the tournament, but we'll see who he ends up playing against. And I think it is nice to have a pocket Garrus. Garrus can be it can be pretty frustrating for a lot of characters, especially ones that like to zone a lot, especially with grounded projectiles, just because that sand trap is just one of the best. I don't even know what to call it. It's like a zoning tool and a counter zoning tool all combined, but we'll definitely see a lot more of that in future matches, including our next match, which is probably our most high profile of our first matches today, which is going to be El Kukui against Tweety. Now, El Kukui, the twin brother actually of the Mighty Unjust, and one of our most one of our most consistent placers, definitely within the top 8 bracket almost every single week, going up against Tweety, who I actually don't know if Tweety has been doing better than the Mighty Unjust recently, or at least at the very minimum they're very close. So I would say that at least just talking today, Tweety easy favorite to win the tournament in just general. So Kukoi's gonna have to bring out something really special, but Tweety only joined, I think, in January of this year, so all the Open Series results that he have are from this year, and it took him a few weeks to kind of get up to speed. He joined 1 week and lost to Biohazard really bad and wasn't able to make it back through losers bracket, and then the next week he lost to El Kukui actually, and then eventually he's like, okay, I'm getting an understanding of how to play here, and he started winning over and over and over again, and we constantly saw him up against the Mighty Unjust in grand finals. But El Kukui plays a lot of the same characters as his brother. They definitely train together, and they've trained a lot of matchups together. Most recently, El Kukui has played pretty exclusively, I want to say, Cetrion. There have been a few counter picks here and there, but Cetrion is going to always be a safe go-to character, and El Kukui knows that. And on top of that, Tweety has been having a little bit of trouble with that matchup. So I think that there's a good chance that that's who we're going to see up against Tweety's Garrus.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going into it and you want to have like the best possible ability to keep Garrus out, and Cetrion's pretty good at that. Obviously, she can be in the air and doesn't have to deal with Sand Trap, and then he has to just bulldog his way through, right? It's literally just wave dash and wait. He doesn't have the teleport outside of the the sand clone. I can't say words today. Yep. But yeah, outside of the clone, he can't really teleport. And so until that's up, she kind of has free reign at being able to push him away for a kind of a good amount of time. It's not like it's going to be the whole game or anything, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, though, Sand Trap will stop some of the normal ground zoning a little bit more than we're used to seeing. So we are probably going to see a lot more Hell's Rast than usual. It is still spacing dependent, so you have to do a little bit lower to the ground. Otherwise, it is still going to be Sand Trap punishable. So at the very least, Garrus is going to put that little level of fear in Cetrion, but Cetrion is still Cetrion, and we are going to see that as the pick. Off-brand Unjust. Oh, don't sell yourself short, Kukui. Come on.
Jesus. Well, he can become just as mighty here in a bit if he's able to take down Tweety for sure.
Now, honestly, El Kukui has been... Oh, that's a good start. Down 2 and down 2, reading the breakaway, but there was none. However, when you have this much of a life lead, especially with the zoner like this, sometimes the safer option is the best, as things can run away very quickly. And now Tweety, yep, he's got Sand Trap. That's his best chance to get in, but he's not going to get another opportunity.
Yeah, it's real difficult as long as you structure that zoning from Cetrion just nice and patient. Sure, the Sand Trap can punish certain things, but it's like they have to make it so that they're doing things wildly enough that it can be punished.
Yeah, but getting on one opportunity here, but the wake up 1-1 is going to catch him out of, I think, the forward 3 that he was trying to do meaty, and the 2-1-3. This is going to hurt a lot. No defensive bar for Tweety. Just coming back now, but he's already restood. Oh, and doesn't block the second hit there. So just damage is just adding up. But Tweety does have one of the highest damage variations that you could possibly take for Garrus. So we are going to see this turn around very quickly. Punish? Oh, wake up grab. Good call. Knew that a jab wasn't going to punish on wake up. And now he just needs a little bit more damage, but big whiff.
Okay, the 1-1-1 string. But it's just a regular old throw. Interesting. El Kukui, all right, taking the first game off that.
Yeah, looking really strong. Now, I've talked about this before, but El Kukui, I mean, I think we need to address the fact that his variation says off-brand Unjust. Now, Unjust has easily been the most dominant player in the Open Series, and El Kukui has never really found that level of success, but I think it's been really clear for people watching that El Kukui is just like almost there and just needs to find like either like a character that he gels with a little bit better, which may be Cetrion. I've never seen him commit to a character quite this much, or, you know, just really like find the right mindset, and he'll just take that one step up and be up there with the rest of them like Unjust and Tweety and Biohazard. But he's definitely like right there, and that was a very, very solid first game to kind of show that off. So I hope that like this is going to be that time, and this would be, I think, a great tournament to make a statement for El Kukui. This could be his first ever win if he, continues playing like this.
Starting to look like it for sure. I mean, a lot of us were looking at Tweedy, obviously, to be the person who is moving on, and then just a statement of a first game. I mean, it was 2 rounds straight, and it looked very difficult for Tweedy throughout that whole thing. I think so it should be the same variation here for Tweedy. Got the bed of spikes, shifting stands, all that.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Tweedy change. He's super comfortable with this variation, and it just, I don't know, just plays to his strengths, which make a lot of sense. He's really good at the strike throw mix-up, and so he does that a lot. And the fact that he doesn't have the command grab means that he just baits you into trying to deal with his normal grabs in ways that he wants. But right now, El Kukui, yet again, taking a good amount of a lead at the very start. Wow, I can't believe nobody air-terrored anybody right there. And the wake up to, or the flawless block up to whip.
I guess there's just a lot of patience right there. But hey, a rare punish on the full string. Normally, a lot of people have a lot of trouble catching her. But the forward 2-1-2 is going to make it happen. Bed of spikes. What's the OP situation? Was waiting for the get up.
Ooh, catches just the second hit of 2-4. That's a strange part of the string to hit, not the one you usually expect. And that, wow, I can't believe that wasn't a punish. Usually when people fall out before the vines, that is a punish. But 2 and 3, no defensive bar, gonna go immediately into the fatal blow. I mean, we know my track record for guessing if this is gonna kill or not, but I'm gonna guess yes. Oh yeah, it's a definite yes. That is a for sure.
That is so much damage.
I think I'm just so used to seeing stuff after it's been scaled by the vines, but there was no vines there. That was just 4-2, or that was just 2 and 3 into 4-1-3 into fatal blow. So scaling almost non-existent. And yeah, El Kukui took another round, but did have to get rid of the fatal blow, which is an important tool for Cetron.
Oh wow, was able to just back up just enough. Was able to get the forward 2. Okay. Bed of spikes.
Yep, that's just such a strong ender by itself. I mean, that combo alone was like almost 400 damage, and a big part of that is Bed of Spikes damage itself.
Yeah, when the bruiser / grappler is able to do so much damage to you, catch you off guard when you're tossing boulders and stuff like that, it starts to get real scary the second you get in that corner.
But now he's in the corner himself, and weirdly enough, when the game's dedicated zoner gets you in the corner, it's also super terrifying. So I guess we take those, but he's fighting his way out. Little 4-3s here and there. Oh, and this is not going to be enough. It is going to be one mix-up away, though.
Blocks the low, though. Just go for them. There's that air-to-air we were looking for a bit earlier, and El Kukui 2-0 right now, up on Tweedy.
Yeah, this is not a result that I think anybody expected so far. And I don't know if it's just because, I mean, it is the first match of the day, so Tweedy maybe just hasn't quite warmed up as much as possible. I mean, he looks relatively comfortable in the matchup. Of course, it is Cetrion, so how comfortable can anybody truly be in that matchup? But I don't know. It's looking just very, very... I guess it's not totally one-sided, but it's looking pretty comfortably in El Kukui's control. And a lot of it, I think, is just that he looks confident. For sure. Absolutely looks confident. He is, control is absolutely the name of the game for sure. Tweedy has gotten maybe 1 or 2 sand traps throughout the entire time. Like, it's not even been like full on zoning, right? Like the ability for Kukui to fight up close has been really, really strong as well. He has been dealing with Garrus' movement as best as he possibly can. And again, yeah, it's the confidence shows. The ability is all there. Yeah, and oftentimes we saw him maybe second-guessing his picks or second-guessing his play a little bit more than he is today, but hey, looking good, and we'll see if he can keep it up. If he 3-0s Tweedy, I mean, that is one hell of a statement, and already starting off strong, getting the restand, landing another forward 2, trying to get rid of, or Charlie trying to duck the throw there is what I was trying to say from Tweedy.
Okay. Yeah, big pushback. Okay, amps the natural barrier, but there's the sand trap the second he sees the chance.
And that's how it all starts sometimes, but great jump on the throw. Didn't get any sort of punish, though. Oh, it's not a mix-up if it combos, technically.
Push him with the tornado, and I mean, look at Tweedy's health. He's got to be able to make the right sand trap decision as quickly as possible. because otherwise he's going to have a real hard time getting in, and he does not have a lot of life to work with.
Oh, yeah, even less now, and just getting chipped over and over. He's going to land a hit, so he needs to win, basically, off of looping Oki right now. Oh, there we go. Actually, that might be it. Standing for Fatal Blow.
He's got Fatal Blow. Okay, well, if this Fatal Blow had enough damage, now is the time to do it.
Yep, and I'm pretty confident that is going to be enough damage,
baby.
and it is. Yeah, that is a super strong combo. Just anything in a better spike, standing for Fatal Blow. It's like the least scaling you could possibly get on something, along with the most damage. So there we go, Tweedy getting on the board, and that could be the moment that turns everything around, as he's starting off strong in this round too.
He's about to get the Beta Spikes Oki too, with a third of the life gone just to start. Sand Trap for the mix-up. Yeah, you thought it was going to be something else, didn't you? Thought it was going to be a mid.
All right, but the defensive throw, something that we've seen coming out of Okukui a decent amount now. But he needs to find a lot of damage. He does still, I think, have most of his crushing blows available. So at least there's that, but can he find the right time to use them?
Yeah, well, the Crushing Blows can definitely get him back into the game, for sure. But, oh, he really tried to get that punish on the get-up roll again. Not going to work out for Tweedy, and this is going to give Kukoi a chance. But the run-up!
Nice. Yeah, so this should be it, I think. He doesn't have the defensive bar. Yeah, more than enough. And so Tweedy, maybe finally waking up, or maybe finally figuring out the pattern, is going to get his first game on the board.
Yeah, that one looks a lot better for Tweedy. He was able to navigate a lot. The comeback on the Sand Trap was, I feel like, super important, right? Just being able to kind of keep that composure, and even though you don't have a lot of health, just toss that Sand Trap out there, finally get one, and then you talked about looping Oki, caught the get up roll one time. Yep. And then I feel like that was probably really important for Tweedy's morale, especially after the first few games. Because I don't think that Tweedy got around in those two games, if I'm remembering correctly, but I could be forgetting.
I think you might be right. And yeah, it's still technically looping Oki if you only need to loop it once, right? I'm gonna give myself a pass on that one. It's you kind of loop it, but yeah,
it just turned out he had all the damage in the world at that one moment.
yeah. I didn't think that the punish was gonna be forward 2-1, but Tweedy super ready. I mean, he's been playing his character forever, but we are gonna see the commitment to Cetrion, and we'll see if it pays off. I mean, I think there's no reason to switch throughout the rest of the set completely, as that loss was pretty close. But we'll see if Tweedy found the answer or not.
The start of the match never seems to fully dictate what could happen here, because we have seen a lot of the grappler versus zoner like aspect. When Tweedy's able to get in, things start to change.
Yeah, but right now, El Kukui's like, hey, you know what? You want to get on me? I don't care. I'm going to get on you. I'm going to pressure you. And we see a little bit of... we saw it a little bit earlier in EU. I believe it's probably just the Observer. We did have a match finish after the Observer got kicked out, and I think it was just like a server thing. So we'll see if that happens again. But again, I'd probably not worry that that's impacting the players. And it only happened once, so we're good.
1/1/1/3. So he's got Oki, but already got knocked out. Okay, Kukoi fighting back.
Ooh. Hey, that's a great way to punish a wake-up roll. I mean, natural barrier is just going to be a good option in general. It was probably too far away to punish, even if that had been just a normal wake-up. Would have been a little free chip, but now match point for El Kukui.
Okay, there's the port, but he was just ready for it. Tweedy.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Teleporting in is a big risk, but I guess if it caught an attempted sand trap, that would have been a big punish. 2-on-3 would have been available. Oh, I didn't realize he had that locked and loaded.
Oh, that was such a good Oki's decision right there. Keeps himself nice and safe away from any sort of get up, and he's got the sand trap mix up on deck. He keeps thinking it's going to be a mid, but it's never. It's always sand trap, it looks like.
Oh, that was a classic Garrus round. And that is how we tend to see the Oki looped. But Tweedy, again, saying he's not out of it yet. Still, though, match point for El Kukui. And he's starting off with a little bit of zoning damage. Oh, but that's going to be evened up and more so immediately. Oh, no. Okay, breakaway.
Yeah. I think that was a good breakaway because he was about to take a ton for it.
Point blank boulder. That was an interesting spacing to use that, but it worked out.
Yeah, luckily for Kukui. got the armor break.
Oh,
Super
that's
good for
big.
Alcacoi.
Yeah, and now anything is going to be a lot of damage. He's definitely fishing for the teleport to get a 2-1-3 on reaction, just to get that crushing blow launch into basically the game. But he's going to take a lot of damage getting there. He's getting into fatal blow territory. He's in fatal blow territory now, so any mid confirm is going to be it. And I think Tweety knows that.
1-1. He's going to be able to go for... No, I thought maybe Sand Trap, but I guess with the fatal blow on deck, you don't want to do something full screen. Was able to get the flawless through. Tweety, that was beautiful.
Yeah, he was very, very much ready for that. And I mean, that's something that a lot of these players that played in the early days and had to play against Dragon and his Cetron had to really learn how to deal with that. It's not as much of an issue in the matchup anymore, just because Natural Barrier is the less used option, but it used to be that was the go-to one when all the Cetrons didn't have Tornadoes. So definitely showing some of his more veteran experience in Mortal Kombat 11 there, but he's tied it up, and slowly I think Alcacoi is losing control of this matchup. I mean, he's definitely not looking like he's falling out of, like, I don't know. It doesn't look like he's like falling apart, I guess is what I should say.
No. But
it looks like Tweety's really catching on.
Yeah, I feel like that's more the case than it is like Alcacoi like falling apart. Because it feels like Alcacoi still has like strong control when he gets to that point. It's just that Tweety has done that looping Oki at this point. You know, he's guessed wrong on the low versus mid mix up several times at this point. Like it was Sand Trap over and over again, right? Instead of the I assume command grab is maybe what Alcacoi had been looking for. But,
well, I mean, there's some like overhead enders there, but he doesn't have command grab because he has. Because he has better spikes. Yep. No, it's okay.
Yeah, but he also has the overhead off the forward too, right? So like he can still do it.
Or it could be like a flawless block from the from the 4-2. But regardless, there's just a whole bunch of different mix-up situations, and we see Alcacoi getting hit. But as we're talking about Alcacoi getting hit, he is not getting hit almost at all, and in fact is landing a lot of damage. One of the best things about Alcacoi is he's one of the best at hit confirming. Broke the armor, then knocked down. That was extremely weird, but defensive meter gone, and Alcacoi on match point yet again. This is the best spot you could possibly be in for him.
Yeah, no defensive bar here for Tweety. He pretty much just has to deal with everything that he throws at him. Quite literally throws at him.
Oh, and finally throws out the single Sand Trap that is going to start the Oki for him. And down 4 into Sand Trap, the classic Tweety. That's going to connect a lot, especially if you're doing wake up threes, which we saw earlier.
Okay, there's the breaker right there. That was just going to go into beta spikes, which I mean already has enough problems in and of itself. And Kakoi fighting at a big deficit right now. However, the restand, escape failed.
Well, luckily there's no... luckily for everybody, there's no escape throw KB for Cetrion. But that still does show a lot about whether he was trying to tech or not. And he was, just wasn't the correct way. And Alcacoi starting to even this damage up. Oh, fatal blow, though, available for Tweety. He had to break... Oh, he restood him. He didn't spin the bar. Why did he spin the bar?
Oh no, that could give Tweety a chance. There's not a lot of life back, but there it is. The laser to catch him.
And wow, yeah, Alcacoi. Although it looked like Tweety was starting to catch on, Alcacoi still manages to take him out 3-2. And in a strange day where I did earlier say that I think Tweety was the favorite to win, Alcacoi might actually be able to find his first bracket win. He is now going to have to move on to play against Illuminati, who is also just looking like an absolute beast recently. But that Cetrion is looking, in my opinion, the most comfortable that Alcacoi has ever looked. And that's pretty funny considering the fact that he changed his variation name to Off-Brand Unjust, when I feel like this might be him really truly finding his own in this bracket.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that he had making fun of himself like that, but if anything, he's just proving his own self wrong at this point, right? Like,
yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's looking confident. All of his reads are confident. He just knows what situations he wants to do what in. This doesn't feel like we're watching a secondary. This feels like we're watching somebody who actually has chosen a main. And that's been one of his issues before, is that we've seen him go to 3 different characters in a set many, many times before. You know, he's switched to Shang Tsung, he's used Johnny Cage, he's used Sub-Zero, he's used just so many different characters, and oftentimes it just feels like he doesn't know who he really truly wants to use in a match, and so the whole thing just runs away from him, or by the time he figures it out, it's just too late and he's not able to pull off the 3-0 comeback. But this character is feeling like it might be it. So like I said, he's going to move on to play against the Illuminati in the upper bracket semifinals later on, but until then we got to move down to the second half of the quarterfinals, where we are going to see Perfect Shinny take on Zintai, and a little bit later we're going to see Blackout take on Eva. But Perfect Shinny did show up for, I believe, the first time, or at least the first time in my memory, last week, where we did get to see some cool play, including some Melina, I believe. But we'll see what the character pick is here, and then going up against Zintai, who I do expect to use Shang Tsung. I actually haven't seen Zintai play for a while, but known as one of the North American Shang Tsung. So we'll see how the matchup ends up being, because Zintai, like I said, you know, well known. I believe our second or third player today that came from Florida, so Florida representing pretty strongly. But Shang Tsung, a character that we see a lot, and it was actually kind of funny. You mentioned that we didn't see Shang Tsung in Europe, where we're very used to seeing Shang Tsung. However, in North America, we don't usually see it unless it's like a strange counter pick, and this time we are going to see an actual dedicated main.
Yeah, the last time we saw it was the Mighty Unjust last week, who, you know, Perfect Shinny was there previously. Perfect Shinny, if I remember correctly, actually pulled out the invisible Melina. Yes. One of the few people to ever do it, right? And that was the second Melina you guys saw that week, but obviously also having the Cetrion at the time as well.
Yeah, I was so excited. He pulled off the super sick like invisibility setup, and then wasn't able to get a hit after it, but the fact that it was done was enough to get me super hyped. So there's a chance that we're going to see that again. If not, it's okay, because, you know, hey, you showed off at least once on broadcast. That's, in my opinion, good enough. You clip it, you save it for the rest of your life. You constantly get to brag about it.
I'm the best. I did the setup.
Hey, I mean, I've never done that setup live on tournament, so what can I say, right? But regardless, we'll see what the matchup is here. So we are going to see the Cetrion. No Melina at the moment, and I could definitely see Shang Tsung being pretty difficult for Melina. But Cetrion. I feel like we just saw a whole set of Cetrion, maybe, and a whole bunch of sets earlier in Europe. I mean, it's and it's the classic. But on the other side, Zintai is going to be using Shake and Ground Eruption. So this is going to be a pretty zoning dictated matchup, which I'm sure the chat is super excited to hear about. But Ground Eruption, of course, the projectiles that come out of the ground, doesn't even feel like it needs an explanation. And Shake is going to stop stuff like the boulders from coming out, or it's going to stop on a good read a lot of the other projectiles. So we'll see how this zoning game plays out. Immediately, both players backdashing. I think it should be a sign.
Yeah, well, I mean, we knew what we were in for at the very beginning. We were going to see this. We're going to see a lot of Ground Eruption. We're going to see a lot of corpse tossing. We're going to see some earthquakes.
Yep. So this for Cetrion, it's going to be a lot about projectiles that you can throw out that aren't going to be reactable with the Shake, which is most of the projectiles, honestly, that aren't going to be the ground boulder. But you can even bait it out using the air boulder. It's not that it gives you very much, but it can potentially catch him out of the air or just make him confused, I guess.
Already using the forward 2 to try and keep him in the corner, but immediate teleport out. There's the jump with the Quake, and okay, Ground Eruption to help out. Just point at the floor.
Yeah, that's a big thing, is Earthquake is on reversal punishable by Ground Eruption. That's why we see so many characters counterpicked with Shang Tsung. Nice down one. Great punish on that teleport. But yeah, I mean, so many characters have moves that nothing in the game can punish them except for Shang's Ground Eruption, because it's fast and it's far and it hits immediately. Yeah, but there's the Shake. But that one was on a read, so that was even better.
Yeah, forward throw gets some life back for Shang Tsung.
All right, goes for the restand. You're actually not all that plus if you just hit normal tornado like that, but it does do more damage than the natural barrier.
Well, he's gonna break away from that that ground eruption amplifies. At the very least, you know, for the defensive bar, you traded an offensive one, and there it is, the trade again, and there's the or the corpse explosion.
Ooh, and launching a little bit of pressure here. Oh, nice stagger there. Baits him into pressing a button, basically, and does get a little bit of reward off of it, but not a ton. Oh, tries to punish the raw soul steal. That was a big risk, and this was also a big risk. I'm surprised we didn't see 2-1-3. That could have been it, but this is going to be really hard to avoid the chip.
It's just gonna have to find the right time to be able to get in on Cetrion, and I think Perfect Sheeny just was cognizant of that and just started to walk for it. Tried to use the fatal blow, and now he's pretty much just on last breath if he's even able to block in time, depending on what goes on.
Oh, but the jump kick!
One of the best in the game, but there's that fatal blow. I am surprised because now he's no longer gonna have this.
What? That was so unexpected. I honestly don't even know exactly what that was going for. I mean, Immediate would have just absolutely blown that up. A wake up 3 might have been a little bit safer, but hey, you know what? It worked, so who am I to question?
Well, I feel like Zintai probably is going to be okay with that because now he no longer has the fatal blow, right? Zintai still has his fatal blow, and it's one apiece.
Yeah, and that fatal blow is so important for Cetrion to be able to get damage, to make comebacks, or to close out rounds. So yeah, I agree. You know, it's all about the little wins in as far as like resource management, and that was a pretty decent sized win.
Zintai just went for the option select, but he doesn't actually have Ermac lift. He doesn't. So like, you just saw him to jump kick into shake. Like.
Oh yeah, that maybe was a mistake. Maybe he was trying to do something cool there, but okay, this is gonna be a nice knockdown, and not a lot of damage, but he's gonna get a little bit of life back technically, and it's not gonna matter. The jump kick's gonna do it. Yeah, that was a much more dominant round. He's gonna end as Cetrion. Well, that was weird. I thought when you soul steal somebody at the end, you ended as them and then it just finished, but you got to switch back. Regardless, that was looking pretty good in that final round. I mean, that was a pretty even set, it felt like, until that final round where I think one big thing is that Zintai started to realize that there just wasn't an answer for jump 3, which is not an uncommon thing. I mean,
I was going to say.
Yeah, that's one of the best jump ins in the game. We see I guess the most recently most successful European player even has a variation called jump 3 moment, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, so like Shang Tsung just known for those jump ins, and actually Cetrion not known for being the best at anti-airing, although she does have some pretty good anti-airs for like jump punches. When you get to a matchup like this, it just cannot be enough sometimes. So I'd have to expect that in future rounds we're going to see a lot more jumping.
I just wonder how easy that'll be once he starts to figure it out, because earlier you talked about the possibility of natural barrier if you're able to do it preemptively, right, as an anti-air. The thing is, though, Zentai's jump timings have been just varied enough that it's actually been too difficult for Perfect Shining to be able to figure that out.
Yeah, I mean, it also, the Shang Tsung jump 3 is just, it's so good that it's, oh, great read.
You said there'd be a lot more jumping, and I guess Perfect Shane took that to heart.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about preemptive anti-airs. That's like the most preemptive anti-air, but it worked out perfectly. Oh, this is a big punish. I like that. Goes for the 3-up-2, which is going to be the strongest starter for landing a combo like that, but he's got a lot of life to make back.
Oh, the jump over right there. Yeah, that's going to be a breakaway. And I mean, Zintai has a lot of life to make up, especially after that down 2.
Oh, but again, the jump 3s, I'm telling you! And now he just needs to land one more hit. He goes for the jump 1 for a little bit more advantage. He knew he wasn't getting anti-aired there. Plus block again. Oh no, he wasn't! He flawless blocked it! Why? Okay, so normally, when you flawless block that, you always see the person who flawless blocks it swing, because you're no longer plus. But he flawless blocked it and then respected the frames anyway. That was very strange, however, still managed to pull off the win.
I wonder if maybe he pressed the button like too early, and so he just kind of sat there.
It's possible, yeah, that is entirely possible. Oh, but there we go. That's going to be enough to that he's going to land.
Yeah, just watching out for that jumping 3. Always got to watch out.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it again very soon.
Yep. There's that earthquake though, right after the ground eruption. He's trying to use the interactable to get out.
So there's the wimpiest little projectile, very funny one.
Shang Tsung throws like people's souls and like their actual corpses, and then he's like, here's a can of salt.
Yeah, it's like a little like piece of coal or something, and he's like, it does like no damage. It's a pretty funny one, but yeah, it doesn't matter because it contributed to him winning the round, and that's a huge drop. I think it said counter, but I feel like that was a punish, as whenever you whip the vines, there's just forever to punish. Oh, I like that. So you can actually jump the second hit of a corpse drop if it's amplified, and if you jump over it and then do the Hell's Wrath exactly like we just saw Perfect Shinny do, then you get the free punish. You can actually, if you have a really hard read, you can jump and instant air teleport, and you can get past it and get a full combo punish, but that is maybe too heavy of a read.
But I mean, it's all ended up being a read, just like that one right there. Big damage, and not going to be able to break away on this one. He had the bar, but chose not to. The life totals are still pretty close, especially with this fatal blow on deck.
Oh, and the jump 3, and it's going to be one more read away. And that's a situation where you can see how good Ermac lift would have been. That would have been the game, but the natural barrier is going to catch. And this is looking a lot closer than it was in game number 1. Well, actually, there were a lot of really close rounds in game number 1. It was just that one particularly dominant round. So, yeah, this is looking pretty even.
Yeah, there was actually a moment where it was, it literally came down to Perfect Shinny getting that fatal blow out there in the previous round from this. So it was close all the way through, and Shinny just needed a moment to be able to push through that gap just a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, even if you have some of the best counter zoning tools and zoning tools in the game, still, if you have a life deficit like he did, you're going to have to find some good way to get in, because you're not going to realistically make all that life back with just zoning. There was once upon a time where Shang was able to make a lot of life back by just zoning, but they did nerf the damage on some of his projectiles, like Corpse Drop. Used to be just absolutely unbelievable damage.
I remember that.
Yeah. On release, where it would trade favorably with like literally anything in the game. But things have changed, and especially against a Cetrion, a strong Cetrion. Yeah, he's gonna have to find some sort of answer, and it looks like he's sticking with the same thing. I mean, Ground Eruption is good, but I really like Ermac Lift personally.
Well, it's interesting because Shake has only come into play once, and it was at the very beginning of the set. He's just been unable to find the timing to use Shake and have it actually work for sure.
Yeah, I mean, also though, one thing that we like to talk about is that oftentimes when Shang Tsungs choose Shake, we never see Shake at all. But it's the fear of Shake that is the most important thing, because, you know, if you're a good player and you see they have Shake, you're never going to do something that they can react to with Shake. So sometimes it looks like it's useless, but it comes into play more than it even looks like.
Yeah, it's the mental game.
Yeah,
really
like
important aspect of fighting games for sure.
Like, for example, we don't see a lot of these full screen like normal boulders, which is something that we'd see so much more if Shake wasn't there. Right now, though, Perfect Shinny not only taking that round, but managing to get out of the corner. Oh, that was just a little bit far for a punish. That was
inside. They got the round. They just switched sides.
Oh, was it inside? Oh, they did switch sides. Okay, yeah. I thought it was in tie, but I got confused. So I was like, I must have been wrong. I must have been not paying attention well enough. We are, you know, just in the middle of our second big bracket of the day. Oh, big crushing blow.
And already got him up against the corner. It's pretty much just on the forward twos here for Perfect, and yeah, got him.
Oh, and that's going to be a nice conversion. Breaks away early. That is one thing that Ermac will prevent if you were to so choose it. But here we go. Both players in Fatal Blow territory, and closing it out with the Fatal Blow, making sure that there's absolutely no opportunity to break away. Very, very smart from Zintai, as he's now I know who's who is going to go up to 2-1. But this, you know, this could go to a game 5. Wouldn't surprise me. Looks like they're kind of going back and forth. But the corner pressure is going to be a big deal. However, it kind of goes against the whole style of what his variation that he picked is. You know, this is like a zoning-based Shang Tsung variation. So it's interesting to see that once he got to the corner was where he really thrived. But I guess, hey, Shang Tsung is really good at controlling the corner, so I guess it doesn't really matter what you choose.
I mean, and how many options is Cetrion going to be able to use to get out of that sort of corner pressure in the first place? So it's like what, teleport, it's flawless block, it's, yeah, there's not a lot.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the fact that she has teleport is still more than most people do.
It's really good.
Yeah, Citrian players are a little bit spoiled with that. Yeah, it's fast, and the fact that you can do it out of the air. You know, I mean, all the other characters that have really good teleports, like Scarlet, Terminator, Raiden, I don't know why that was the last one I thought of. They can only do it from the ground. Cetron, she can jump,
Poor
and you're like,
Raiden.
okay, I'm gonna catch her, and then she's like, gone. See ya, peace.
Poor Raiden. Poor Raiden.
Hey. We never
just
see
forgotten
him.
up until the end.
Actually, El Kakui played Raiden pretty recently, and it was looking pretty strong. But yeah, no more. Gonna play the character with the better teleport, which actually hurts my heart to say, but that's gonna be later on. As okay, converts into the interactable for a little bit more damage than you normally would have got. That was pretty cool.
Wanted to use the backdash to be able to hopefully like catch him with the earthquake there, but Zentai still just getting that grounder option. Gonna get some health back.
Oh, and now is when the zoning's really gonna come into play. But interestingly enough, Zentai's still moving up completely, and that is gonna be a punish. Yeah, broke away really quickly. No real way to stop that. Block, and now Shinny gonna apply the pressure, but neutral jump 3, that should be it. It should have been it.
Just a little bit too far away though for Zentai to be able to get the rest of it. And now Perfect Shinny has a chance to be able to make this comeback here, especially with Crushing Blow and Fading Blow on deck. Okay, but there's the jump 3.
And I like the jump into the same place teleport to the ground. It's something that we saw a lot from Makaran earlier in today, and it actually didn't work out a single time, but it's still really cool. So I like seeing it.
And this is a bit more of what we expected based on the variation right there. It was just like trying to trade corpse drop, ground eruption, and boulders.
Yeah, but he's in the corner, which means that he just doesn't have really much space to try to outmaneuver the zoning options of Perfect Shinny, and it kind of shows. But he manages to take a little bit of a lead. These two characters zone with the best of them. They're probably two of the top 3 strongest zoners, I'd say, in the game, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there's the cancel, and wow, just nothing. I mean, yeah, you don't want to like push your life lead, right? Too hardcore. Oh, there it is, right into Fatal Blow.
And I don't know if it's gonna be enough. I never do. I think this might actually do it. I'm gonna go ahead and say yes. Yeah,
it looks like it. Oh no.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, and actually,
teleport. Yeah.
Yeah, if that teleport had gone off just barely sooner, that would have easily been a punish, because we even saw the amplified projectile, so that would have been a guaranteed kill. But instead, it's time for the kitty. Yeah.
Fatality.
One of the best fatals for sure. What's up, Kintaro? And that is going to be a 3-1 victory for Zentai. That was a very close set. I mean, I feel like they were pretty evenly matched overall, but it's good to see Zentai back in the Open Series and doing well, and that means he's going to be moving on to the semifinals. But Shang Tsung, you know, a character that we've seen a lot in Europe recently, but it's been a whole lot of the, I guess you could call it the shape-shifting Shang Tsung with the Ermac lift and the reptile slide. Really, we could just say it's like Disarded's style of Shang Tsung. So seeing the more classic zoning-based Shang Tsung coming back into play, it's a treat and something that we don't get to see all the time. Except for the counter picks, but you know, seeing somebody who mains a character is always going to me, be a lot more fun than seeing somebody just counter pick.
Well, I mean, it showed throughout that whole thing for sure. Zentai playing exceptionally well, going to be moving on, and that was still upper bracket. So, I mean, you know, we still have more Perfect Shinny throughout the rest of this.
Yeah, and Perfect Shinny making top 8 twice in a row, I think, after their first time making it. That's pretty impressive, and it could be one of those players that we just see get better and better every week. But that means we're going to move on to see who will be playing against Zintai in the semifinals, where you're going to see Blackout taking on Eva. And we've had both of these players in the open series before. Yep, more Cetrion. I know everybody's really excited. But Eva is an extremely good Cetrion player. Had a really good showing in her first appearance, I want to say 3 weeks ago, but time is a blur to me at this point. And regardless, it was sometime within the last month, Eva showed up for the very first time and put on quite a display. Very strong Cetrion player, and Cetrion is one of those characters that, I mean, really there's a lot of creativity, I guess, when you play them. You really get to express your own style in the fact that there are players like Asadamasa who are just going to zone you, and that is going to be like the main goal, right? You get close, they teleport away, that's that. And then there's players that are a little bit more aggressive, and I would honestly say that, for example, maybe Elkakui, or honestly the really aggressive one is the Mighty and Just Cetrion. It's like a pressure Cetrion. So everybody plays her a little bit different, and there is the room for that because she's so good at everything. But on the other side, Blackout, representing your region?
Yeah, my state and my city, Portland, Oregon, right here. Blackout. Been rocking this Aaron Black for a hot minute, even since I believe you played Aaron Black in 10, actually, if I'm remembering correctly. It's been a long time, and you know, we only ran so many Mortal Kombat 10 events. But yeah, so he's just been playing this character, stuck with him through and through for the longest time. Blackout had been one of our best players for a while, and so showing up here in multiple, not just this weekly invitational, but has been in the top 8 before for the monthly finals as well.
Yeah, and I think maybe at least like 1 or 2 other weekly invitationals too before, but like a while back. Definitely just been a player who's been consistent in the scene for a very long time, and is no surprise to anybody that they show up in the top 8. But is going to give us a taste of the Aaron Black versus Cetrion matchup, which can be pretty rough for Aaron Black. Or yeah.
I'm not touching this one. Nope, all right, it's not happening. I already know it.
What? Yeah.
I already know he's lying. I'm not even gonna pretend.
All right.
Ava, she is hovering over Aaron Black. She was hovering over Aaron Black for like just a second.
Oh, I would have loved to see them both play each other's mains. I think that's fair, but okay, so we are actually going to see this matchup, and yeah, this can be a little bit tough. I'm interested to see what the variation picked from Blackout is. There's a lot of options now that we have custom variations, and it's going to be Scud Shot, Acid Pour, and Enhanced Lock and Loaded. So that means that on confirm, it's going to be nice damage on hit and safe on block from the Acid Pour. Plus, it's going to give the opportunity for that crushing blow. But we'll see what it can do against the great Cetrion.
So I just got word of a match that happened off stream. Javier 3-1 over Tweety. Just
wow, that is extremely surprising. I feel like I want to talk more about that later, but for right now, let's look at this one. And Scud Shot. Ooh, Scud Shot is, in my opinion, one of the best moves in the entire game. I think if any other character had Scud Shot, everybody would complain about Scud Shot.
But it's on Aaron. There's the Acid Pour.
And okay, so fun fact, if Aaron is in the gun stance, Acid Pour comes out super fast. It's something like 6 frames or something, like unbelievably fast, which lets you combo into it from stuff like that gunshot.
I see. Street Fighter numbers.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know exactly how fast it is, but let's pretend that I did actually know the number, but it's way faster than normal. But let's see if that actually comes into play more than once. All right, has an opportunity here.
Man, yeah, but she, okay, I was wondering, she was standing in the puddle. If like she had dropped that combo, that would have been pretty harsh.
Yeah, but did know the perfect time to break away to get the punish, and the double forward 4 crushing blow. That is
to go for a third.
So much damage. Hey, why not, right? Honestly, who thinks that you're gonna ever go for a third after you hit the 2?
I mean, if this was Mortal Kombat 10, I would say, yeah, I would be ready for like 4 more of them after the third, actually.
Hey, I mean, honestly, I am always ready for the overhead, but that's when they slide, and that's when they kill me. But here we go, corner pressure, gonna be safe on block, and not only is that safe on block, the Acid Pour which is a very deceiving name for a move because it is just an overhead swing. Unless you spend meter. But yeah, Acid Pour leaves you at such perfect spacing that if they try to press a button afterwards, they often get punished.
Ooh, but there's the duck under the throw straight into Fatal Blow. I think that, well, it scaled, but I'm pretty sure that's it.
Oh yeah,
okay,
for
wow,
sure.
Long time ago it killed.
Yeah. I mean, that was just one string technically, even though it looks a lot longer. Of course, it's just the 2-1-2-1-2 or whatever that string technically is. 2-1-2-2-1-2, something like that. But you input it with 2-1-2-1-2. So yeah, he spends the Fatal Blow, which is actually really important in this matchup because you can punish a lot of stuff on reaction with it. But hey, if you can take a round with it, do what you got to do.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, I mean, Ava's unfortunately stuck in the corner here. Is gonna have to deal with the puddle. She had fought her way out of the corner previously really well, and okay, there's a that's it right there. I guess I spoke it into existence.
Yeah, the natural barrier with so many active frames able to punish the forward roll on Wake Up, but now that means that oh, and actually, there's just no meter really on the side of Eva. Actually, I thought it was gonna be the other way around. Whoa, string into Boulder. That is a big risk, but it works out. And now Chip is on board. Oh, the slide hits barely. Oh, but the wake up. That it felt faster than usual. And I think it was because that slide hit so late. It was like kind of like weird timing and weird spacing too, where oftentimes if he hits you with the slide, you get in a range where the Wake Up 3 won't actually hit unless Aaron Black dashes forward, but because it hit so late, he had already like finished his movement. So I think it was just like kind of a weird situation that Eva was ready to take advantage of, and maybe Blackout just wasn't quite.
Yeah, she absolutely picked the right option. I wonder if she very specifically reacted to the fact that it hit so late and was just like, okay, well, normally I wouldn't up 3 here, but I am going to do it because you're so close.
Yeah, I mean, normally that's a pretty big risk to up 3 because if he sits there and does nothing, then you are just dead. You're getting literally a crushing blowed with the Acid Pour because you're in the acid puddle. So it's just not a fun time. But we are going to see a still a commitment to the Aaron Black. Pretty sure that's going to be the matchup for the rest. I don't know who else Blackout plays, if anybody, but all I'm used to seeing from Blackout is, yeah, Aaron Black all the way. Which is cool. I mean, we actually have 2 Aaron Black players today. That's really rare. We've almost never even seen one.
And that's not even just like open series. I feel like you rarely see Aaron Black outside of open series as well.
Yeah, no, it's true. Yeah, I mean, back when the game first came out, I'm telling you, there was just so many Aaron Blacks all over the place. But a lot of nerfs later, and he's one of the most rare characters. But if anybody wondered what he does, he's here. And also, in my opinion, one of the best voice acting characters in the entire game. The best.
He collects bounties is what he does.
Ooh, Scud shot at the amp. Yeah, the amp, part of natural barrier. That was a really weird thing to absorb, but good knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you don't have to take that. You don't have to take that chip. You don't have to deal with the pushback. And oh, that amplify is not gonna save you.
No, it's only gonna delay your death, basically. There we go, amp. Oh. All right, managing to fight out. When Eva gets into the corner, she like really changes her style. Presses a lot of buttons that she doesn't nearly as much mid-screen, but it's something that Blackout seems to not have been ready for, so it makes sense why she's continuing to do it.
Yeah, she absolutely fights back. It's oh my god, caught the Fatal Blow! He's not gonna have that for a while. Try to get the amplify, but good character knowledge right there. That was just straight up knowledge that can be amplified into a low shot that can just immediately be jump over, full punish. Eva.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I personally get super tilted when I get hit by a bunch of Aaron Black forward 4s. So seeing Aaron Black forward 4, you know, it's nothing against Blackout at all, but it always is going to make me super hype. And that was impossibly clean. So great stuff to Eva, but we'll see if she can continue that on. She's already taken quite a bit of life this round.
Well, she's gonna have to. Oh, well, I was gonna say she was keeping Aaron Black out, despite the fact that like he was right next to her. But you know, that changed real quick. We got some cartoons going on. Hanna-Barbera.
It's such a great throw. Oh, I don't know if that was intentional, just the raw interactable. Sometimes people try to press like 1-2, but I don't think that's any, or maybe it was 2-1 attempt right there, but regardless, it was blocked, and this is going to hurt a lot. This is probably going to be it, or it's going to be really close, and it's going to be an actual asset on the ground to finish it off. Yep.
Yep, exactly. You called it out beautifully.
Every Aaron Black player plays Aaron Black so that they can kill people at 1% with acid. That's really their only goal, I think, in life.
I feel like it's not so much a goal as a necessity.
I mean,
a lot of the time they just can't do it otherwise.
That's true. Yeah, that is true. But hey, it's a great tool for closing things out. But we'll see if he needs it again. We still haven't seen the crushing blow from the acid pour on top of the acid puddle.
Yeah, neither has really lined up this entire time. Oh, the slide's actually gonna get under, but it has so much recovery. Was unable to get anything off of it, and in fact cornered him.
That was super funny looking. It looked like he was like sliding into home and just went right underneath her. That was pretty funny. But yeah, this is really tough. Chip situation for sure. Very, very soon. Gonna have to land a lot of hits. Oh, no meter to even set that up. Yep, and just wake up jabs, knowing that the Oki is not as strong if you don't spend the meter on that. And Eva is gonna go up 2-0.
Eva, again, you mentioned it, just changes to a completely different player the second she gets cornered. It's like it's like she's just like a caged beast just trying to fight back. She's like the cornered tiger and just never wants to be there.
Yeah, I mean, it works. If you're playing really patiently normally, and then the moment that you need to, you can switch styles, it is super easy to throw people off that way. And so far, it's worked pretty much every time against Blackout. Like, the corner position has very... I almost want to say, like, never worked out for Blackout. Like, he's constantly either, you know, it's getting teleported on or getting hit by just, like, random little normals. And then Eva steals the corner, and then it's just bad news bears from there. So, yeah, weirdly enough, I mean, hey, that's something that actually some people are better at, is fighting out of the corner, and it seems like Eva might be one of those people.
Yeah, which is wild because, you know, she's playing Cetrion, the zoner character, right? Where you wanted to never be cornered in the first place.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ideally, yeah, it's gonna be your worst spot, but hey, so, you know, some people, like, it's like those people who like when they're down around, they'll get better, or when they need to make a comeback, suddenly they're super clutch, or when they're in the like losers bracket, they suddenly become a different player. But sometimes it's the same thing, just with the corner.
I actually, now that I think about it, it's probably attributed to the fact that she would have such a hard time being cornered, right? So she probably has practiced getting out of the corner as much as possible, because that is one of the big weaknesses of having to play as a zoning character, is just being able to get away from people who've got you cornered.
That is true. But so far, no corner. Oh, wow, no crushing blow. That's the second time today we've seen an air boulder connect with no crushing blow. Usually, you just go for it. It's not often that you land that many air boulders, so usually you just want to cash out. But maybe, I mean, honestly, doesn't even really need to this time.
I actually just noticed Blackout's variation name. I'm dying. That's hilarious. M200MS. That's good.
Hopefully they're not playing with 200 MS. That would be unfortunate, but yeah, that is a good name. All right, blocks the forward 4. So far, the raw slides have hit a lot, and I think that was a raw slide, as I saw the kind of like wind up on the run, but managed to run into the natural barrier.
Yeah, the raw slides have really only connected from like about the mid screen away, not the up close, because the natural barrier just seems to be at the ready for Eva.
And again, the slide mix up instead of the overhead is going to connect, and then yet again the forward 4 blocked. Eva seems extremely good at dealing with the forward 4s, but they're safe, so hey, you know, it is going to be the safer answer.
Just keep going to him, but the crushing blow out, break him away immediate from Blackout, and now he's just got to try to fight a way in, but these natural barrier decisions have just been pushing him out so hardcore. Finally in there. Ooh.
Oh, big drop. That was unfortunate. He definitely meant to do a little bit more there. Not sure exactly what, but not just end there. And so this is still match point for Eva.
Definitely seemed a little bit wonky, and she is fighting back again like the tiger in a cage.
Yep, 1-1.
Finally a 4-4, and then the 4-4 out of the air that changed it up.
When in doubt, 4-4. I hope he does it right now. I hope he does another one right now. Let's see. He did it! Yeah! All according to plan.
My money's worth. I got my money's worth.
All right, but yeah, now it's that corner positioning. So let's see what Eva's answer is. The natural barrier. Yeah, I love those preemptive natural barriers.
I almost kind of think Blackout might need to like get Eva out of the corner to be able to fight her better, because she just seems to fight so well within it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, right now, okay, well, there you go. I mean, Eva gets herself out of the corner, but now, I mean, hey, you know, you're like, yes, got out of the corner. You're like, wait a minute, no, that's bad. Now I'm in the corner. What's going on? But the back throw. Yep.
Okay, just goes for the forward four. Doesn't opt for the... Yeah, you know, the difference that we saw between Blackout and Javier was... Oh, I was going to say that he was tossing puddles after stuff like back throw, but not for Blackout. Fatal Blow, however, is going to even up these life totals, if not...
Yeah, no, that's definitely not going to be it, but it's really close here. And Blackout does that Fatal Blow, but gets caught trying to forward four again. One of the only characters who's going to be throwing out a lot of options to stop that in its tracks is going to be Cetrion, and Eva showing it exactly as Eva is going to be moving on to the semifinals with the super anticlimactic no fatality finish him screen. What was going on there? Why was he just sitting there? It just sat there forever. It didn't like say anything. It didn't end. Aaron like fell over like 4 minutes ago. That was really weird.
It's to really drive it home what just happened, right? That's obviously what it was, clearly. Yeah, so
go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh.
Okay. We'll figure out who's talking right now, but yeah, no, I mean, great stuff from Eva. Like I said, you know, Eva is honestly one of, I would say like a favorite to at least make it into top 3 from who we have today, especially now that Tweety's gone. I would say that Eva is very much up there, and that's no surprise that she is making it into the upper bracket semifinals. I think actually all the players there are looking really good today. And again, Eva hasn't won, Illuminati hasn't won, El Kukui hasn't won, and who was our last semifinalist? Why am I blanking? It was whoever was playing with Sheeny. Oh, that's right, Zintai. Zintai hasn't won.
Zintai.
So,
yeah, I was having trouble too.
yeah, so I think no matter what, we are guaranteed a new winner in the Open Series today, which is a rare thing. That hasn't happened for months, so it's kind of like a neat thing. Whenever there's a guest, there's always something really cool that happens, and that's going to be the cool thing that happens today, which you brought on, so thank you. But yeah, I don't know who it's going to be, and Eva could very much be it.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. You might be able to give me this information because I am drawing a blank right now. Eva is... she has been on Twitter posting a ton of sets versus high-level players, like as much as possible, just for the sole purpose of getting like the matchup experience and the footage, right? Recently.
I think that's possible. I don't know. My Twitter is completely filled with like pictures of or like videos of like sea otters and manule cats. So I don't know. I follow like 3,000 people, and they're like all real people who post a whole bunch of stuff. So I can't answer for that for you 100% correctly. So but probably I mean, for sure, without a doubt. I mean, you know, she's a great player who plays against a lot of other top players. So I feel like there's probably a very good chance that that is true and that she has been posting those sets. But I mean, hey, the play shows right there. And like I said, last time she was on the broadcast, also completely killed it. So no big surprise to me, quite honestly. But that means that we did set up our 4 semifinalists in the upper bracket, and then we have sent some people down to the lower to battle it out, where it's going to be a pretty exciting day where we find a new champion. But before we go to a break, I just want to remind everybody that if you want to be in this, I mean, clearly you see that players that sign up for the first time or even just like the second time have a chance at winning the entire thing, because that's what's going to happen today. You can do it yourself at compete.playstation.com. It doesn't matter if you don't think you're good enough. I see so many people say that for so many tournaments. They're like, oh, I'm not good enough to compete. It's like, hey, you know how you get good enough? You enter tournaments. You might do better than you think you would, and even if you don't, you're always going to learn more from tournament sets than you're going to learn from casual sets. So go to compete.playstation.com, sign up. It's super easy. All of the tournaments are run straight from your PS4. It lets you know when you have a match, lets you know who to play, when to play. Easy peasy. But that means that we do need to take a little bit of time to set up our semi-final matches. So please don't go anywhere, because after this short break, we will be back with more Mortal Kombat 11.
gimmicks, just combat.
PlayStation.
And welcome back, everyone, to the PS4 Tournaments Open Series. We are just almost halfway done here with the North American bracket, and we have had an interesting day in the fact that the only player to have previously won a tournament is already out, and that is Tweedy. A very surprising result for everybody in here. And wow, we actually already saw a 3-0 from Perfect Sheeny over Blackout. A very quick match that was, of course, off stream, but that does mean that we have a couple of our lower bracket matches, our players set up, and now we need to see who they're going to be playing against moving into our upper bracket semifinals.
Yeah, which is going to be Illuminati and El Kakoi, and then Zentai versus Eva right here. Illuminati and El Kakoi are two of the people, I think, now that Tweedy is gone, that a lot of people are probably looking at for this whole thing. Illuminati obviously been tearing it up recently with Kung Lao, and El Kakoi, apparently, according to his variation name, determined to prove that he does not live in his brother's shadow.
I mean, definitely a weird coincidence that today is the day that not only did he choose that variation name, but it also feels like the day that he's really starting to like prove his own like uniqueness, but also is the day that he could win his first tournament, because this is a really weird situation. And one of the big reasons why we are guaranteed to not get a repeat winner today is because of him. So definitely the momentum is in his favor for, at the very least, this match. But Illuminati doing so well last week, just running over a bunch of top players like we would have never expected. Fell short against the Mighty Unjust in the grand finals, but no Mighty Unjust here today, so Kakui's going to have to do his best to stop it. I expect that we're going to see Cetrion against Kung Lao, but maybe we'll see the Garrus come out again. I don't know if he's confident in it. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, well, the Garrus has shown to be at the very least solid, right? It hasn't exactly been like a wash or anything when that character is out of there. But the Kung Lao has given all the mileage for Illuminati, and then Kakoi on Shang Tsung. Okay.
Yep. Well, on Reptile right now, I do appreciate the fact that it froze on Reptile. I'm a big Reptile fan, you know. If there's one character that I want back, well, it's between Reptile and Quan Chi, but well, please bring Reptile back. So interesting that after such a good showing with Cetrion, who realistically probably doesn't actually have any bad matchups, it's interesting that we might see the Shang Tsung, and it looks like we are going to be seeing the Shang Tsung. Maybe there's something to do with the Buzzsaw Lao matchup. So again, you know, I talked about this a little bit earlier, but for anybody out there who isn't aware of Buzzsaw, it's a move that you really need to have a plan in place against. And not everybody does have that sort of plan. And we've seen even the best of the best players going in without having a direct counter, and they just get run over because it is extremely oppressive pressure. And so some of the options that we've seen before are, for example, actually one of the big ones here is Shake can beat it in a lot of situations, or we can see, like, for example, Biohazard used Kano's Bio Pull, and was able to like pull them in and then block still in time, and so just overall like winning the meter trade there. What are some other options? I'm trying to remember, but there's not a lot of them that are like really easy and good, because it is a really strong move. But maybe Shang Tsung, you know, is there for like the shake, or maybe like ground eruption trades with it favorably or something. I haven't tested it as much, I'm sure, as a lot of these other top players have, and so I'd have to assume that there is a good reason why we are seeing the Shang out of El Kakui, and that is a character that he's picked before a good amount of times. Usually a counter pick, but it does work pretty well. And so we usually don't see the like the more shape-shifting versions. We usually do see like the more zoning, ground eruption base. I'm assuming this similar, if not the exact same variation that we saw from Zentai earlier today.
Yeah, well, I mean, it could be the Ermac Lift one. We never know, right?
Yep.
It's not actually Sorcerer's Training, but it's kind of close to Sorcerer's Training, where you just take all the moves without actually taking Sorcerer's Training. But you know, I wonder if it's actually more like a comfortability thing, like because you know we have noted many a time that Kakoi and Mighty Unjust have played in many a matchup, right? Like I wonder if maybe these two have played this like matchup before and they kind of like engineered this sort of thing going on here. It's just a toss up for me. Unfortunately, I don't know the players as well as you do, so
I mean, honestly, so even though I have watched literally hundreds of matchups with like for example with Kakui and with the Mighty Unjust, still they constantly pick characters in matchups that I would never expect. But it's true, you know, they very often do have like an answer pre-planned to certain problem matchups. And of course, for anybody who didn't just see, you know, something happened with the lobby, so we are still trying to get back into that lobby. Maybe there is a chance that the players are even playing right now. We'll see. Yeah. But regardless, while we try to reconnect, we're just going to talk a little bit more about the matchup. I know everybody in chat loves saying like, "Where's the match? Start the match." It's like, I know, I just want to see the match too. I don't want to sit here and talk forever. But yeah, we're getting there. But yeah, they usually have some sort of plan, and this is not the first time that we've seen Illuminati in the bracket. And also, I mean, especially after last week, I'm sure there's a pretty good chance that at the very least they wanted to lab it a little bit more. Of course, Might just out of town right now, but there was some time before that, and especially if you're traveling out of town to go to a tournament, you want to lab all the matchups that you possibly can. So I don't know. I guess Shang Tsung's gonna be it, right?
Well, so like, okay, El Kakoi has been entering open series, I would say almost as much as his brother, right? And so when you go through the open series, you have to play a ton of people, right? You have to play a ton of different matchups. And like, for example, for North America alone, since January, there's been over 3,000 unique players in entering the open series, right? So like, it makes me wonder how much of that, running into all those players, running into all the players on Kombat League, the Open Series, etc., right, has just made him go like, Shang Tsung might be the play for this matchup sort of deal. Or, you know, maybe he's run into Illuminati many a times on either of those things, whether it be Kombat League or within the Open Series throughout those 3,000 unique players. I can't stress that enough. There's been a lot of people entering the Open Series, and that's just North America. So...
Yeah, and honestly there could be even more for Europe because it kind of spans a lot of different regions. But yeah, I mean, I think there's a pretty good chance. But honestly, having a team of both Shang Tsung and Sechuan is pretty disgusting. I mean, honestly, having a team of just Sechuan is pretty disgusting. But you add Shang Tsung to that list, and you get to cover so many matchups. Often when Ketchup is here, we'll talk about matchups, and every single time during the matchup, Ketchup will be like, "Oh yeah, actually Shang Tsung counters them really hard," and it's funny because it's just like this constant thing. But a lot of it is the fact that Ground Eruption punishes a lot of tools. Like when we see like, for example, like Cassie doing low gunshot. Hey, they're back! Welcome back, everyone. But you see like
so
Cassie
still Shang Tsung. Okay.
Yeah. So that is that would have been actually hilarious if after all that talking he didn't pick Shang Tsung in the real match.
Well, I was starting to wonder because we had been talking about it for so long that like, what if it was like, oh, I picked the wrong character, so we need to restart, like that sort of thing.
That would be funny. But okay, so interestingly enough, well, first of all, it is the actual exact same variation that Zintai chose. Okay, yeah. Not super surprising. That's what I expected. But on the other side, we are going to see Guided Hat instead of Possessed Hat, which is, I don't know why the difference in the one bar choices. It's still going to be Buzzsaw, but hey, there you go. Great shake, perfect read.
Well, the shake is going to at least, you know, make that hat sort of be thought about twice, right? Like you have to think about your hat placements a little bit more. And wow, the corpse drop is just putting in so much work right now. Ground Eruption has been used a lot less than corpse drop so far.
Well, right as you say it, of course, it's Ground Eruption. Yep. There's no other way it works. But all right, big combo here. That's going to just about even up the life and allow some pressure. Oh no! Did he think he had Possessed Hat? He must have thought he had Possessed Hat. Right there, that is super unsafe to do any sort of Guided Hat pressure right there. Can't even spend bar on it, and that is a beautiful punish. And I think at that moment, Illuminati might have said, oops. Wait a minute.
Oopsie. Well, I mean, maybe if that was truly like forgot that which variant moves that he had, he knows now for sure.
Yeah. I'm sure he won't forget again if that's the case. But nice teleport. Illuminati hits so many people with the raw teleport. It's like unbelievable how he gets in your head.
Well, there's multiple options off of it, so I can understand that it may be a little bit difficult for most people to take the proper guess, right?
Yep.
Oh, that was super good. Amplified to beat the shake option, but unfortunately didn't actually end up punishing the shake.
Yeah, it just did it down 3, which it was really smart actually of Elkakoi to continue blocking afterwards, but Elkakoi really dominating this set despite Illuminati going with that same Buzzsaw Lao that we saw dominating last week. And I do think there's a good chance that we might see the switch back to Possessed Hat. Honestly, the Guided Hat's not going to really do anything for him in this matchup. He's not going to be able to throw it from a range because it's a guaranteed shake on reaction. So really all that you want is probably Possessed Hat so that you can use it in pressure like he attempted to do. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the switch, unless there's something I just totally don't know about the matchup, which is entirely possible.
Gotta wait and see here. That looked really difficult. Elkakoi kind of had that on deck though. I mean, you saw all the corpse drops, right? Like if I probably should have had a counter in my pocket. Okay, Geras. All right. Well, corpse drops is a little less strong versus Geras is what I'm gonna say, because Sand Trap will come out and body you for it.
Oh yeah, I mean this is going to be a much bigger mind game between like amplifying or not amplifying the corpse drop, but definitely as far as like counter zoning tools for this very zoning based Shang Tsung, I feel like this is going to be a little bit better of a matchup in that way. However, we'll see how solid this Geras manages to stay up against this Shang Tsung, as it looks solid, but it definitely didn't look as solid as his Lao, who actually already lost this matchup.
And maybe just a matchup specific thing might help out already on the ground eruption. Gonna be able to get the Sand Trap. Pump faking.
Ooh, and the throw, which means a little bit more zoning. Like you said, the corpse drop. There's going to be a lot of corpse drop. He's misspacing it just slightly. There we go.
Yeah.
But the punish again. Yeah, Elkakoi is not going to be able to zone like he wanted to. So I think we're going to see a much more pressure-oriented Shang Tsung. Yeah, you see him jumping in on Oki instead of backing up like he was. Great conversion.
Confirm. Oh my goodness. Yeah, like I understand the breaker, but wow. And he's just going to get it a second time. Oh, he's only going to get one uppercut because of that, but never mind. It's all good.
Yeah, so normally I think you splash there and then you just take one uppercut, but that was, I mean, regardless of whiffing, he still managed to kill off it. So we take what we can get.
Yeah, normally the splash is supposed to hit, then you get the uppercut.
Yeah. But hey, we take those, and Illuminati, you know, this Geras switch is looking a lot better than I thought it was going to. That's going to be a punish. Big drop from Elkakoi. Again, the Oki. Oh, that down 2 was a very weird choice. I think that must have been a mistake. I don't know what he was trying to do, but he definitely was trying to bait that Wickham up 3.
Not gonna matter right now because Illuminati is just running away with it. Got the command. That's the second one. He hasn't done very many command grabs throughout the time he's played Geras, and they're paying off in spades right now.
Yeah, he has a great sense of when to use it. Oh no. Okay. Yeah, you're gonna have to pressure here. Elkakoi's starting to realize that like zoning is not the way. Those projectiles even was like more of a pressure projectile than a zoning. Oh, that had to have been a mistake.
Did the wrong Sand Trap. Okay, interesting. I mean, you know, for one mistake, if he gets another, I guess. Gonna stay alive for just a bit, but yeah, it's 50-50 on that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he tried to wake up with buttons or jump or what, but it was not the right call. And, you know, I really underestimated this Geras, and I think we're going to see a switch from Shang Tsung. So one of the big things about the Shang Tsung that we've seen from Elkakoi in the past, it is very much a counterpick Shang Tsung, and its main goal is I zone you and I punish all of your like own zoning options, and it will just frustrate you until I win. And so when it runs up against characters where that game plan isn't going to work quite as well, for example, against Geras, it seems like it's not as comfortable. And yeah, we are going to see the switch back to Cetrion. I think that honestly Cetrion would have been a safe first pick, but even if this is then like now a win here against the Geras, and then the Cetrion loses against the Kung Lao, it's still going to be this counterpick match back and forth that's going to be in the favor of Elkakoi because he won the first game, which is all important in these counterpick matchups.
Yeah, no, this is where the hardest part of counterpick wars come from, is when you have already lost the first game. And especially right now, remember, Elkakoi versus Tweety was heavily in Koi's favor through that. So already having to fight basically the same character, same matchup, it could be scary coming into it, but Illuminati already starting out pretty okay, actually. Ooh.
Yeah. I mean, it is, you know, the same character, but it's a very, very different variation, and it's a lot more mix-up heavy. However, the damage that he's going to get is going to be a lot less, so maybe just having... Oh, and the Sansalak on the shows up for the first time the entire day. That's another great option against zonings. This could be, in its own way, a very different matchup.
Just so many regular throws here from Illuminati, just over and over again. Not really command throwing, just getting those regular highs.
Hey, I mean, they're really good. They give great Oki, so mixing them up is a pretty good strategy. Ooh, sets up the clone.
One big fist. Yeah, and that's going to be able to get him out. And he gets the whip punish on the string.
Okay, yeah, this Garrus is looking better and better as time goes on. Just seeing more and more aspects of it being good. Sand trap, sand trap. Oh, air to air. That was sweet. And oh, should have had the kill right there. It's going to get another chance, though.
Put up the stop sign on that one, and Kakoi basically has 1% of health left. Yeah, the down one is just going to finish it off.
End is near.
This is a big surprise to me, honestly. The fact that in this matchup, really well, not this exact matchup, I should say, this player matchup, we saw the Lao go down so almost easily, and then this Garrus just taking control.
Different styles, you know, different ways of approaching things really bring a lot to the table. Okay, just a bit too far on that sand trap right there, but again, the throw.
The mix-up goes for the delayed mid, but good patience by Elkakui.
Okay, just gonna set up the clone here.
I love that he takes the like advantage frames and uses them to set up a clone.
Yeah, well, I mean, we saw earlier how much the clone can pay off if you call it at the right time, if you teleport to it, or, you know, so maybe you'll explode and try to get an advantage off of that.
Yeah, you could even use the plus frames on the explosion to just try to make your way in, or even just the threat of the explosion to make your way in. But Elkakui looking a lot better this round. He's going to take Illuminati all the way to the corner, and now I'm sure he wants to keep him there.
Definitely starting with that idea on the forward throw. It's going to get to the restand here. It's the low.
Ready this time. We saw the down 4 into Sand Trap connecting a good amount in the first match against Tweedy, but it looks like Elkakui is learning to be ready for it, especially on certain knockdowns. It's a very hard thing to beat.
Trying to teleport out. Illuminati unfortunately didn't get the down one, but that's great for Elkakui because that means he keeps this pressure that he had earlier, and he is using it to great effectiveness.
Letting the full string rock and committing. Oh no. Okay, are we gonna see the crushing blow here? The forward one crushing blow? No, just the setup and the grab afterwards. This is still into the corner, so this is still Oki. Lands the mid. No defensive bar yet. Just fatal blow, that should be it. No, why didn't you just fatal blow? No!
Oh, no!
Just needed to fatal blow. Didn't need to go for the full corner combo. That was already so much damage. That was guaranteed. Even if he got the defensive bar in time, stand 4 into fatal blow off of the freeze would have been it. Or even like down 2, stand 4 fatal blow. But Elkakui, despite the fact that I guarantee knows that he should have lost that, said, you know what? You give me an opportunity, I'm going to take it. And is now up 2-1 in the set.
Absolutely take those for sure. It's really unfortunate, and I mean, I wonder if that's playing into the fact that Illuminati it's a pocket Gearus. It's not a main Gearus, right?
Yeah,
so maybe not thinking about like the proper combo round to just be able to finish it off. At least that could be a factor. But back to the Kung Lao now.
Yeah, I think that is almost without a doubt a factor there. Like in those clutch situations that you don't go into training mode to really like figure out. It's something that you have to play enough to know that a situation is a situation that you may run into in the future. And once you've run into the situation a few times, then maybe you go to training mode and you say, okay, what exactly is the best thing I can do here? Or maybe you just recognize what the best option is because you've been there before. But unfortunately, that wasn't it. So now, one more game, and potentially Elkakui could make it. Switches off of the self-deprecating name to say hi to Owen, which is the classic variation name that he uses for a Setron, and we still don't know who Owen is.
Well, I don't know if we'll ever know. But oh, good teleport right there. Very well timed. That's going to give Illuminati a chance to be able to stop this zoning situation.
Down force underneath, and is going to get the full punish. That's something I said earlier, is that almost no player is as good as actually, for some reason, they just never hit confirm into vines to get as much damage as they possibly can, except for El Kakui. I don't know why it's such an uncommon thing, and there he is doing it again. Oh, he went for a sneaky little reset. Yep, and that's going to be enough.
Super good. That was a very clutch duck under the high there.
Yeah, he actually went for like a really cheeky little reset too. Normally you do standing 4 into the barrier right there, and then you get to take the plus frames for the mix-up. But he just did standing 4 and then dash forward to grab, because I think he knew that that was going to be enough, and it was going to kind of throw off the timing on the throw tech. But, of course, Illuminati perfectly ready for it.
Okay, unfortunately, that was a good block right there, though, from El Kakui on the overhead. It's going to get him the ability to start his pressure. Push him back because he is getting real close to that corner, and it's going to start getting real scary here.
Yeah, finding his position. Wow, actually anti-airing the dive kick, or like at least punishing its landing with the second hit of the ground pounds. That was a pretty weird interaction.
Oh, the overhead's going to be able to connect. Back through again.
Ooh, crushing blow. Oh, didn't get the confirm. That could have potentially been it, or at the very least, very close. Because they're... Oh, okay.
Chip avoided? Oh, okay.
And it feels embarrassing to say this, but I actually just noticed that it's a Lotus Fist instead of the Buzzsaw variation, which is not an uncommon thing to see him switch to. Both of those variations still extremely strong in different ways, but I guess he likes the pressure in this matchup that brings. Great crushing blow punish. Reads the breakaway. There is no breakaway, but still gets so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, half of his life bar gone. I feel like Kakui is probably pretty happy with that, and especially because now we're back at the full screen. Teleport is a factor here, but I feel like Kakui is probably kind of trying to scout it out.
Yeah, actually stuffed him out of the startup of teleport with the ground pound, and this is match point for El Kakui. He's got such a huge life lead, but Illuminati gonna get a full combo. First hit, but no meter to follow up anything. He's gonna have to land a lot of raw hits. The forward 4 is a great one. You can spin off of it.
He did land a couple of raw hits there. That was very surprising. Got the head, and oh my goodness. Every time that Illuminati didn't do like a full combo, it ended up being another reset, right? And I guess Kakui was trying to move or to jump or to something, and he just kept getting hit straight up raw. Like,
yeah, he was really trying to sneak out of those situations, but Illuminati was just playing so solid, and you can tell, again, the comfortability that he has with Kung Lao, because like I was saying, no meter all to convert means that only very certain things are actually going to give you a full conversion with Kung Lao, and he knew exactly what those things were and did a bunch of different options that were all going to give full combos just because he knew exactly what he could do. And now, of course, we are going to see the switch back, and this has been a counterpick war the whole way across. Not to say necessarily that Kung Lao is a counterpick for Cetrion, but it's just what he felt more comfortable with. Now, the big difference here is that it is going to be Lotus Fist with the orbiting hat instead of the Buzzsaw Lao. So we'll see if that makes a difference, if that means that his pressure is going to be a little bit more effective catching El Kakui poking, or maybe it'll just be a repeat. So let's see.
yeah, well, either way, he's dealing with another zoner, right? And so it's I guess you could say kind of a similar idea. It's just that these two zone in so different ways, Cetrion and Shang Tsung.
Oh yeah, very, very different ways. They actually control like almost opposite spaces on the screen, but this is definitely a space that Kung Lao doesn't want you to control, and that's why we do see this as a counterpick to this matchup quite a bit. But we're going to see some corner pressure here now from Illuminati. El Kakui is going to have to find a way to get out, and getting hit by the orbiting hat is not the way.
Oh wow, just low pokes. That's pretty rare, I feel like.
that whole exchange looked like some other like non-Mortal Kombat game, like low poke, counter low poke. All right, whatever. Oh, that was
the fatal blow to get the orbiting hat in there, but unfortunately not going to fully work out. El Kakui has the chance to take this. The chip is going to be prevalent. He's only got one. Oh no, that's it. There's no more. He didn't have last breath.
So first of all, that was the cheekiest, sneakiest setup I've ever seen in my entire life, and I love it. And secondly, I don't know how he didn't get the combo off of the orbiting head. It looked like he did, but it must just hit in some weird way because he also thought he was getting that conversion. So that's really unfortunate, but now El Kakoi on match point yet again.
There's the spin. He's at least got to hit. There's a breakaway immediately from El Kakoi. He's trying to fight his way out of the corner. One throw.
Yeah, this is not an easy place to get out of. Great poke, and that is going to be a way to at least build a lot more space and get a lot more damage. Gets hit by the straight hat. Oh, good flawless block. Wow, super ready for that. That is a scary thing to try to flawless block too. It's not easy to like track its movement. Again! Wow, so good at this matchup. What is this?
See, it feels a little practiced. I mean, this is kind of what he wanted in the first place, and this is how he won, but... Okay, another throw. Fatal blow on deck for the both of them. There's the interactable to get out, but the punish? No fatal blow required.
All right, this might be the most important round of this tournament. I think both of these players are really looking good to win the entire thing if they win this one single round. This is going to put them into the upper bracket finals. El Kakoi is going to start off with a little bit of zoning damage, but we know that the real important thing here is can Illuminati get in? But that is another solid amount of damage adding up so quickly.
Yeah, that was a super good backdash to be able to get away from the teleport command grab and then immediate punish with the forward two.
Oh, and the down one punish. All of this is looking tough for Illuminati. He has been making the wrong reads this whole time. He is getting to the spot where chip is going to mean everything. He doesn't even have defensive bar, and he has no way to get out of this. After such a close set, it was a dominant last round that is going to push El Kakoi into the upper bracket finals. And what a good day it's been for him so far.
Yeah, El Kakoi is, I mean, you've said it a couple of times. It feels like he's really just like coming into his own with the way that he's been playing today. And it totally shows 100%. He looks like just the full power that he could probably be, or maybe just like breaking limits, if you will. Especially when he was on the Tetrion. The Shang Tsung obviously is doing work too. Don't get me wrong. And I mean, we've seen that so far left and right.
Yeah, I mean, I think he really proved why he wanted to use Shang Tsung in that matchup, as he won every single match in the Shang Tsung versus Kung Lao matchup. And having the counter pick, which was for the very first time actually, having the Garrus counter pick against Shang Tsung was really, really nice to see from Illuminati. And you can tell this is probably one of the matchups that he wants to use it in. However, really, like I said, when it comes down to it, it's whoever wins the first matchup that is going to have a huge advantage. So next time these two play, I would highly expect a hidden cursor or some sort of blind pick, because they do not want to get the incorrect matchup for the very first one. But yeah, with El Kakoi showing both that his Cetrion is looking amazing today and that his Shang Tsung is still absolutely a threat in specific matchups, I think he's gonna be happy going into this upper bracket finals. But of course, there's still the question of who he's going to be playing against, as our next matchup is going to be Zintai playing again that exact same variation of Shang Tsung. What? Whoa! Okay, so this is actually the matchup of exactly El Kakui's characters, down to the variations. Shang Tsung up against Cetrion, both using the exact same moves that we just saw in the last game, but this time going up against each other. And this is something that we've seen before, and I mean, it looks like it could go either way, personally. I don't know. Maybe there's some like Shang Tsung or Cetrion specialists out there who can tell me that like, oh yeah, this matchup is terrible for one of these players. But it seems pretty like zoning heavy, so it's going to be a lot about just how they play it out, I think.
Didn't we see this in the EU? This matchup specifically, just a bit ago?
No, we saw this matchup like didn't we see this matchup like a few minutes ago?
Yeah, it was just a little bit ago. Well, it wasn't last match, but it was very recent.
I thought it was in North America, right? Yeah, where's my bracket? I've got it right here.
It was perfect shiny. Was it perfect shiny?
Yeah, it was Zintai taking on perfect shiny. Yeah, that was what it was. Perfect shiny using the Cetrion and then Zintai. So Zintai is there's a solid chance that Zintai is going to play one Setron in round 1, go to a second game. If Zintai wins this one, then may have to go forward to play another Cetrion in the 3rd round of the tournament, which is a pretty fun path, I would have to say. But I think Eva is definitely going to do her best to try to stop that from happening and maybe give us a Cetrion mirror in the upper bracket finals. I don't know how this is going to go.
It's wild because we might, like, depending on who wins here, we could see a mirror match no matter what in upper bracket finals. It's totally possible that, and like, I don't mean just the characters, I mean the variations could be the exact same as well.
So not only can we see a mirror match, we could see a, like, no matter what, a Cetrion versus Shang Tsung in the upper bracket finals. No matter who wins, right? Like, if Eva wins, we could see Kukui choose Shang Tsung. If Zintai wins, we could see El Kukui choose Centron. It's just a lot of the same characters, basically. For whatever reason, it seems like North America is very zoning-minded today. So just everybody be ready for a lot of fireballs, I would have to say. But we did, like we said, we did see this matchup earlier in the day, and Perfect Shinny did look pretty close in the matchup against Zintai. And it seems like both characters have an opportunity to run away with things. The Shake does tend to stop a lot of the like boulder-oriented zoning, so I'd have to assume that both characters stand a chance, and then it's going to be a lot about just who makes the right reads in the right times. And also, if either of these characters can hold the corner, both have extremely good corner pressure. Of course, we talked about how Eva is really good at fighting out of the corner, so that might come into play a lot here. We'll see.
Yeah, you specifically mentioned that both characters, while they do zone, they zone in maybe the opposite ends of the, or well, not ends of the screen, but areas of the screen is what they control, right? Different ones. And so I feel like that's what we're going to be seeing coming into play, because like maybe a well-timed corpse drop stops the Hell's Wrath, right? Or ground eruption, and vice versa. It feels very, you have to make the absolute right decision at the time, otherwise you get bodied for either player. This kind of matchup.
It's almost not like they're like playing like a zoning match against each other. It's almost like they're playing like a full screen normal match, right? Like they're using their like projectiles like they're normals or something like that. And like, yeah, it's like, it's just a normal base ideas of like, yeah, sure, like you could throw this out, but it's punishable. So you don't want to like throw that all the time. But if you catch them trying to move, then you can throw out the punishable thing if you make the hard read. So it is actually pretty interesting to watch this matchup potentially. So I believe we are getting it set up. And I really have no idea. Zintai, like I said, well, let's start with this. Eva, this is, I believe, only her second time in the Open Series, so I don't know a lot of her experience against a lot of the other players in Open Series. And Zintai, I haven't seen for a while in the Open Series, so I just really have no idea how they're going to do up against the rest of the field that's still left. And then, going up against El Kukui. But the nice thing, though, at the very least, is that we are going to get some good information now for the upper bracket finals, and then probably for some of the matches down in the lower bracket. But I don't know. Hopefully, like I said, I'm sure that we are getting this lobby set up. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to call for two people that you don't see too often here for Open Series stuff. Like, you can watch a bunch of them, but if they're gone for a long time or they've only been around a handful of times, you can only expect so much out of them. And then like seeing the interaction is one of the stories that the game itself is going to end up telling. And so it's really just a matter of like seeing. Obviously, we've talked about the matchup and things like that. How does Zintai specifically do versus Cetrion in general, right? Like obviously here in this bracket itself, we saw Perfect Shinny be defeated by Zintai, but that's like one match, right? Like what about like previous events?
Honestly, Shang Tsung is a really weird character because there aren't a whole lot of really good Shang Tsungs, and a lot of them that are really good are from Europe. So, like for example, when I hear Shang Tsung personally, nowadays at least, I think of three people. One of them is Zintai, one of them is Desarted, and one of them is Arn Kratos. Very often, back in the past, we did see more from like Foxy, but I actually haven't seen Foxy's Shang Tsung in a really long time, so I don't know if he still plays the character all that much.
I think he's busy stomping on people.
yeah. I think he's having too much fun with Shiva, fully understandable. But I don't really even have that great of an idea. And you know, a lot of those players that we talk about as far as Shang Tsung, they either, well, first of all, I mean, there haven't been that many like big like events recently. There are a lot of these online events, but not everybody really gets to get matched up against each other. So I don't know if I really have a good answer for that, honestly. I'm not afraid to admit that. And it's weird that there's not more Shang Tsungs, but we just very rarely see the character. Once Ultimate hit, which is weird. I mean, I guess he didn't get a lot from it, but he's still just as strong of a character. A lot of people consider him top tier. You'd expect more just because, well, you expect more of this matchup too, because even if there are any Shang Tsungs, I'm sure they've played against a lot of Cetrions, because who hasn't played against a lot of Cetrions? But yeah, I don't actually know. And also, side note, interesting, fun little fact, I just realized every character today has been repeated in this bracket, right? 2 Aaron Blacks, 2 Aaron Blacks, 3 Cetrions, 2 Garrus. Oh, no,
there hasn't been 2 no, there's been 2 Shang Tsungs. There has. Oh my god.
Yeah. No Kung Lao. Kung Lao is the only one who's not a repeat, actually.
All right. Well, okay. All right. So just not Kung Lao. The thing I was going to mention, though, was specifically for Eva, earlier versus Blackout, she showed a character knowledge specific defensive decision, right? Reaction versus the slide into Amplify, right? She jumped over that and she was able to get a full punish. So that in turn tells me that even though I'm somebody who's not seen a lot of Eva, is that she studies a character to the point of like even recognizing the small little punish factors. And so we're specifically talking about how Shang Tsung is not a popular character. So if a character is not usually popular, most people don't have the proper punishes or the proper options on deck in their brain. But because of that match versus Blackout, I have a feeling that Eva is somebody who might actually have sat down and really kind of looked at that. You know, she probably understands like what the differences are between the 2 different forward 2 strings, maybe, or well, I mean, I guess it's technically 3 since you can special cancel the second hit, but you know, there's multiple ways to cancel forward 2 with Shang Tsung. Maybe how to deal with like corpse drop, because earlier you talked about how you can maybe even get a punish on Shang Tsung if you know the Amplify is going to be coming. Those are all factors going into it that you kind of have to look at, because if the character is not really well known, they seem to get away with a lot of stuff that you don't think they should get away with.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, seeing such a specific punish against Aaron Black is no longer a popular character at all. So even if somebody labbed that sort of punish, like, I guess, I want to say over a year ago, back when Aaron Black was still popular, it's not like it's something that's going to stick with you quite that well. So yeah, I do agree that Eva's probably a player who practices against a lot of different situations and knows those character-specific punishes, because, hey, if you can punish a situation like that against Aaron Black, if you're that ready for it the first time that it happens, then I think you're probably ready for anything. And yeah, I would like to see like the teleport punish on Corpse Chop, if that's something that we see, or you can go for a little bit safer and get some like Hell's Wrath, and I'm sure that she's going to know that. But again, for anybody out there who's wondering why we've been talking forever, it's that we're just trying to set up the lobby. Sometimes takes a little bit longer, but you know what? Whatever's we gotta play by whatever's best for the players. So, you know, if they need a little bit longer, then we're chilling. We get to talk. It's fun. You know, it's the first time that you and I have worked together, and it's been this is a heck of a day, right? It's a super long day of a lot of Mortal Kombat, but hey, it's been fun so far.
Well, like it's been fun and a heck of a day because of the matchups that we've very specifically seeing, like talking about like EU and both North America going. We've seen a lot of weird stuff that, you know, normally the Open Series has like some weird stuff. Every tournament is going to have a couple of weird things here or there, right? But like, I feel like today has just been the twilight zone of of like Open Series content, basically. You know, the EU side, the NA side, maybe more so in particular, but.
I mean, honestly, both. Like, again, you know, Ketchup right now is out of town, so I was gonna say I should call him, but I don't think I've ever known his phone number. We should message him and be like, hey, did you know that the one time that you missed this, first of all, we saw Dubasic bring back the Jade, we saw Asadamatsu bring back the old Cetrion variation, we saw Mirko beat them both, and then in North America we saw a brand new champion. Like, we should definitely try our best to make him jealous for the one time that he missed. But like I said, it's kind of like a bit of a curse. Like, well, it's a curse and a blessing. There's every single time that there's somebody like new, there's always something weird that happens, and that like it happened like my first time on the broadcast. I don't remember exactly what it was, but like it's something completely new. Like when Mr. Aquaman was on here, something weird happened the first time he was here. It's always like some sort of like cool event, and by it's weird I mean like, you know, somebody new appears and it's like, who are they? They're sick, they're awesome, or there's some big upset or something like what we've seen. And yeah, so just to even like go on that storyline again, you know, for everybody, we're setting up the lobby right now. Hopefully we get in soon. But the last time that we had a new player win in the Open Series was in, I think, January of this year for Tweety. And before that, it was months before that. It has been a lot of repeat wins. A lot of them have been, well, in North America, that is. A lot of them have been the Mighty Unjust. It's been Biohazard. It's been Tweety. And past those, I mean, almost nobody has ever won North America except for those three. I want to say iScorpion has won before. And that
I feel like I'm almost certain iScorpion has, but I have to recheck.
I think so too. And honestly, this could be the first time since iScorpion has won. This could be the first time in very possibly well, no. Okay, so it would be Biohazard and Tweety, and yeah, it would be those. But regardless, this could be like the 5th ever winner in North America that we're finally gonna see. Like, that is a big deal. This tournament has been running for over 9 months now. I think we're just about in 10 months, and it's been 5 times a month for that many months, and we are finally going to get to our 5th winner, and today is the day. So that's really exciting, which is probably why the lobbies have decided to build up the suspense, right? make us earn it. But so okay, let's just take a small guess. I know this is going to be really difficult because I don't even want myself. Oh, hey, never mind. I was going to make us guess who was going to win today, but I'm not going to do that because that is way too difficult. So let's just actually watch a match. I think that's much a better choice.
Only yourself.
All right, so we are going to see the matchup that we expected. We're going to see Shang Tsung against Cetron. I mean, I don't think we're going to see too many weird, unexpected matchups from Red Team today. And these variations, we didn't get a chance to see what the variations are, but I think they're just the ones that we saw them earlier. It's going to be Ground Eruption and Shake out of Shang Tsung, and it's going to be the classic Cetrion.
Yeah, so Eva, this was her variation last time, so I assume it's the same variation. There's the down to Crushing Blow. That life total is about to even up real quick.
Oh, yeah. 372. Oh, ooh, great read. That was not on reaction. That was just a 100% read.
Disgrace.
This has been way more of a brawl than I thought it was going to be. I thought they were just going to sit back and throw projectiles and see who wins, but this has been like point blank aggression from both of them constantly, and now they're both at fatal blow range, but they probably don't even need it.
I think the aggression stems from the fact that, like most people expect, the zoning, you wanted to be able to counter the zoning with raw aggression, and Zintai able to do that, just barely jumping over the natural barrier. We talked about how this is basically one of the best jump kicks, if not the best jump kick in the game. Getting over the natural barrier is huge.
Yeah, and I did mention that that's something that does tend to happen. He pulls up like the rest of his body and he jumps over a lot of anti-airs, and it just perfectly gets over that natural barrier, and that can be a tough option when it's a really good anti-air option against a lot of other characters. But you can see exactly how it's playing out, and right now Zintai has Eva in the corner, and as good as she is at fighting out, never mind. As good as she is at fighting out, we get to see how good she is at fighting out.
Oh, and then catching the get up back roll right here. Okay. Oh, just straight into fatal. Oh, okay.
Okay, so this health bar disappeared in 2 combos. I mean, it really does truly feel like Eva is better fighting out of the corner. I don't know what it is.
It's been shown time and time again at this point. I really do think that she just kind of sat down and was like, okay, what is the biggest weakness of me playing this character? Or what is my biggest weakness? And she just like honed that craft as hard as possible, right? Oh, but the shake again and again.
That was such a huge risk. I mean, that must have been like multiple levels into the mind games, right? Like a lot of times people tend to think that when you, because it often is, when you're up against the Shake Shang Tsung, if you see a boulder, it's probably going to be an air boulder because it's safe against the Shake and it will catch people trying to jump in. So one of the big answers for that is a lot of times Shang Tsungs, once they see any boulder, they're just going to dash in because they just assume it's going to be air. And that may have been the read there, that it's like a that I know, so I'm going to do it anyway. anyway, and it just didn't work out as we saw the safer answer with the shake. And that was actually cool because I've never seen the shake actually kill before, so we get to see the slow-mo like smoke where he's like landing with his cool little pose. I like it.
That was probably some of the most I have seen of the smoke model in game all at once. Yeah, because it just freeze frame on it.
Yeah, and you like barely ever get to see actual smoke in it. It's not like the other transformations where like the transformation is the attack. It just really mostly only happens when you actually land the counter, which is rare because again, most of the time it's just the fear of it. But here we go. That was close, and Zintai did take the first game, but there we go. There's the air bolt that we expected. Oh, that's a punish.
Maybe she's trying to bring out the air boulder specifically to start goading him into shaking at random intervals, right?
Yeah, and it's just, like I said, it's a pretty safe option. You very rarely are going to get fully punished for it, but we'll see if they change up how they end up using both those moves. And yeah, I was surprised that the body, or the corpse drop punished the vines, and that's a punish. Gonna go for just a normal combo, though. Not gonna spend the crushing blow quite yet. Does see that she has quite an advantage in life here, and it's gonna be pretty tough to make a comeback, but it's possible.
Yeah, at this point, though, crushing blow is much better spent next round. Even if she is like going to lose this round, there's really no reason to use the crushing blow. Soul Steal. Cetrion mirror.
How well do you know Cetrion? Okay, you know what? Grab is good enough. That's gonna be a transform back probably. Oh, did he amplify it?
I thought he did.
Yeah, I guess so. He stayed forever. Tries for the fatal blow. Respectable, but not gonna quite be able to make the comeback. Although I do love seeing anybody transform a Shang Tsung. Always gonna love it. It's always gonna be super high for me.
Yeah, I was genuinely worried that fatal blow connected for just about 2 seconds there. I heard like the and then I was like, oh no.
Oh, okay. Actually, if that was a ground blow, that might have punished the forward roll, but instead just let him get a little close.
Breakaway on the ground. Oh, but the forward two is gonna get the fatal blow.
All right, yeah. Now getting close to that corner, there is that interactable that we don't get to see all that often, but it is a super strong interactable. One of the only ones that actually starts a full combo on hits, but it starts a combo that I can't even explain it. It just gives you the most unique combos in the game.
You get to do your Twitter combo video stuff on an actual opponent.
Exactly.
Oh, another jump over on the natural barrier there. One apiece.
Yeah, the jumps are just getting so much mileage, and really the only answer is to try to flawless block them, and then either up to or swing. And it just doesn't seem like Eva's quite ready to do that.
She's fighting out of the corner again. You know, pretty much doing the Eva special right now.
Yeah,
but there it is, finally full screen.
Yeah, building so much space, but so far all the forward 3, forward 4 guesses from Zintai have worked out pretty well as a good way to get him in pretty quickly. Ooh, punish, but no full conversion from the teleport punish.
The Soul Steal caught?
What is this weirdly liberal use of Soul Steal as like a neutral check? That's pretty cool, but hey, you know what? Anybody, I guess, knows how to do strings into Tornado, and so that fatal blow was definitely an attempt to punish the transform back, but it was just a little bit too early, and now there's one hit away either side.
I feel like he's using Soul Steal specifically as like an Ermac lift almost the same way, right? It's not really the same amount of like active frames, and it's not as big of a hitbox, but it's worked out in a similar way.
Well, really, if we were to look back to old games, he's using it a lot like an Ermac push, you know, it's just like this like check in neutral of like, are you gonna move? Are you gonna try to press a button? Are you just gonna not be holding block? And it's gonna be super hard for you to punish me because of the range, but that does mean that now Zintai is up 2-0, and it's been really close. It's just that Zintai always manages to, I guess, clutch it out in the end.
Yeah, so 2 games here for Zintai, looking at trying to make it to the upper bracket finals here.
Yeah, up against El Kukui. And if Zintai does win, then I don't know who El Kukui is going to choose. We might see this matchup for a 3rd time straight. Like I said, we might have Zintai running the Cetrion bracket. But again, first, we're going to have to see our Cetrion Gauntlet was the word I meant to say. But first, you know,
I mean, it's the same thing, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
The bracket. It's within the bracket.
It is accurate. It would absolutely be the Cetrion bracket. But yeah, like I said, Eva has been super close every single game. She just needs to actually land those final hits, and we'll see if she can.
Coming to 2-0 now. Eva's got to pull out pretty much all the stops, right? Okay. That's a bit different than she's been going to after H2O port. You know, it's usually just been like a down 4 or something. Just immediately going for the short hop.
Ooh, immediately with the Hell's Wrath, knowing that it was going to whiff. Really good call there.
Yeah, she really wants to call out one of these corpse stops, excuse me, because like you see these ports at those times.
Yeah, it's a really satisfying move to punish. Yeah, it's like you show off that you knew exactly what was happening in the situation. But right now, you know, it doesn't even look like it's going to be necessary. Although Eva still needs to land his final hit, and all these jump attacks are making it so difficult. Great throw tech. That is probably going to make it a lot harder. The shake comes out. No defensive bar. Anything. Yep, and just goes for the Hell's Wrath.
It's nice to have the mechanic, but it's only going to save you so many times.
Yeah, and those so many times are 2 exactly. So assuming you have the bar, actually, it could be less.
Yeah.
0 to 2.
Only have the 1.
Yeah. But Eva looking good again. However, Zintai is going to add up a lot of damage here. Has 0 bars of anything, though, and the 2-on-3 crushing blow is going to connect. Knows that there's no breakaway, so this is going to be maximum damage into the restand, into the plus frames, and gets another hit into another conversion. Oh, this damage is adding up so fast.
Okay, wow, challenge despite the plus frames. Zentai not doing anything after those. I guess maybe just a bit too afraid because he has barely any life left, right?
Yeah, and I mean, it's so little and it's so much less because, yeah, well, I was going to say because you can lose it at any point on the screen at any time, which is exactly what happened. And so Eva putting herself on the board. And I think that this set is far from over. I mean, this has been extremely close, and Eva just looks like she's slightly adapting. I wouldn't surprise if we went to a game 5.
I mean, if you go squarely off of that match, I would say game 5 is almost guaranteed. Yeah, because that looks really heavily in Eva's favor at that point.
We're just seeing like an unbelievable amount of like the similar matchups today in North America. It is like already blending together for me. It's weird too because I would have never expected that one of the matchups that we would see a lot is Shang Tsung in North America. This is a weird
in North America,
yeah. Like, okay, I expect a good amount of Cetrions. We see like iScorpions use Cetrion, Might Injustice use Cetrion. We've seen just a lot of people use Cetrion. No big surprise there. But the fact that we're seeing like a million matchups of Shang Tsung versus Cetrion, that's weird. And also we're seeing like matchups against Aaron Black a lot all in a row. I don't know, this is weird. I feel like I'm in a dream or something, but it's a zoner's dream is what I've joined, I think, because anybody who loves projectiles is gonna love today and today's broadcast.
Well, at this point they have already had to have loved it because there's been a ton of projectiles thrown, and there's no signs of it stopping because there is the Cetrion bracket for Zintai if he is able to take this, and even if not, it's still a Cetrion bracket because of if Eva is able to take it, there could very well be a mirror match coming into the winter finals.
Yeah, or we could see again, like we were talking about, this exact same match yet again, just to mess with my mind even more. But all right, here we go. Eva with a very strong last game, but Zintai looking unfazed and is comfortable going back to the full screen zoning. Hell's Wrath putting in a lot of work in this matchup, but now there's no more offensive bar for Eva, so it's going to be so much harder for her to make it safe, especially when the punish option of Ground Eruption is available.
There's finally the jump 3, and now luckily she broke at the right time because she was able to stay away from it. Wow, the anti-air!
I mean, hey, so many times he's jumped over the barrier, so eventually it's got to work. Hey, there's a way to anti-air. Super preemptive Hell's Wrath, point blank. Hey, we take those.
Oh man, gotta watch out for that forward 4, yeah.
All right, I like the back one down 2 knockdown that he takes off of a lot of those combos. It's not a usual one, but it does make a lot of sense. Oh, great
Big
confirm
damage.
into the fatal blow. Yeah, that is pretty necessary. I think it's a great time to cash out. A full combo there would not have been enough, so do what you can.
Yeah, you're definitely not trying to have him come back after you're down 2-1 at this point, right? You need to make sure you have the quickest lead that you can get.
Yeah. Plus, if there is one really good zoning match, then there's a really good chance that Eva, or I should say zoning round, there's a good chance that Eva won't even need a fatal blow. There's been plenty of times we haven't seen a fatal blow at all when you don't need to make a comeback. So we'll see. This doesn't look like it's one of those rounds. This does look like Zintai's taking a lot more control, but hey, pressure suddenly coming out of Eva.
Yeah, well, I wonder if maybe she recognizes that the zoning war hasn't been super heavy in her favor. But oh, okay, the natural barrier was really preemptive, so didn't have to deal with the jump kick.
Oh, beautiful teleport. There is the crushing blow. Reads the breakaway, but again, there's no breakaway. People are very reserved in breaking away in that situation. Fatal blow now available for Zintai. He just needs one more confirm, even now without it, which is actually going to be really tough. Breaks away. There's no more chances, and oh, no bar to convert.
I think right now he's lucky for that amount of damage because he should be able to save that break or that fatal blow.
Oh! The pressure coming out, using the amplified tornado be that much more plus, going for the full dash up into grab. Super good call. And so, like I said, not surprised to see a game 5. And honestly, Zintai was really taking control of the set at the start, but slowly, the tables seem to have turned. It's still absolutely anything but one-sided. It's just that maybe somehow there's just been some slight edge going to Eva, and we'll see if she can keep it up, or maybe if a game 5 is all that it's going to take to give Zintai that little bit more time that he needs to adapt.
Yeah, well, I feel like Zintai is pretty much only staying Sung, right? Just, I don't know if there's gonna be.
I don't know. I honestly do not know.
Okay.
I'm gonna be fully 100% honest here. Truly, the hardest thing about Mortal Kombat is that it's so hard to follow everything because there's tournaments every day of the week. It's ridiculous. There's just too many Mortal Kombat tournaments. So frankly, even though there's players, it's like the first time that in an NRS team that I've ever just not known some of the players or like not been able to follow them. It's wild, but hey, it's a good problem to have for the competitors. So we take those. But it does look like we are going to be going back, but a slight change. We are going to see the shake switched to a slide from my favorite ninja, Reptile.
Ah, wow, so Reptile slide. I haven't seen this in a little bit. Yeah, well, I mean, okay, so if you think about it, she is fairly often at the, goodness, the read at the start.
That's a great way to start, but what were you saying?
I was gonna say that Eva is very specifically at the max range distance for the crushing blow of the Reptile slide, which is if you hit it at max range distance, the crushing blow is active, right? Yeah. So I feel like maybe that's one of the reasons why you're maybe looking at that.
Well, I mean, immediately giving no opportunity to do anything, let alone Reptile slide. We actually saw one started up and then stuffed immediately. But yeah, I do agree that's probably why we see the slide. It just seems like the smoke shake is just not done enough for Zintai, at least in his own opinion. So yeah, getting that crushing blow is huge. Also, off of that string, the back one, there is the overhead, and if you do crouching block it, it gives a full combo. So it is so risky to low block in that situation, and oftentimes it gives you a free opening with the Reptile slide.
Well, I mean, oh wow, again another soul steal at the very perfect range, evidently.
Yeah, he's been really good at hitting those max range soul steals. I don't know who's who. This is so difficult.
I was about to say that Zintai was on the right, but he changed.
Yeah.
It's like playing the game where they hide the rock in the cup and you have to find it. That's what I was doing the whole time.
Well, Cetrion's I don't know. There was going to be some joke about the rock, but this is almost over. Zintai is so close to death here. That was a punish. Didn't have the meter, but oh, the air brutal. Oh, that's one of the rarest brutals in the entire game. And what a hard read to make with the air boulder. It's something that we used to see a lot more when you were able to convert into the geyser, but now you can't combo into it. So that only happens when you make the perfect read to end out the set, and that's what Eva did. And I mean, down 0-2, Eva found some answer in this matchup. I don't know what it is. Maybe just started reading Zintai's patterns a little bit more. I love a little pose from Smoke. But regardless, whatever she did was perfect and made the 3-0 comeback, because that was the only way she was going to win the set, and now has secured her spot in the upper bracket finals against El Kukui.
I mean, again, you already said it. Like, the fact that she came back 3-0, she had to win 3 games straight, almost flawlessly. Like, oh man, if that doesn't speak for it, I don't know what does.
Yeah, and it's so difficult too. I mean, when you're playing in a zoning versus zoning matchup, there's that beautiful brutal again. Just,
oh baby,
I don't even know what it does. Like, the rock hits you and all of your flesh disappears, but your bones are fine.
Yeah,
oh, okay. Illuminati just barely defeating Perfect Shinny down in the lower bracket. But yeah, like I was saying, I mean, it's so difficult because one bad game in a zoning matchup can just spell death. Like, you just can't ever make the comeback. So that was extremely impressive and super solid play from Eva. But yeah, now the question is, in winners bracket, or winners finals, upper bracket finals, what is the matchup gonna be? I think that's a big question mark. I feel like we talked about it a lot, but it's impossible to know, right?
It's at least one Cetrion. We got that much on our belt. Maybe. I guess maybe, I don't know, Eva might pick somebody else, even though she's only played Cetrion throughout this entire bracket. I think it's probably Cetrion.
Well, okay, I'd say Cetrion for Eva for sure, but then the question is El Kukui, right? Are we going to see the Cetrion mirror? Are we going to say Shang Tsung? I don't know. We got to take a little bit of break to set up the finals, but before that, of course, just want to remind everybody to sign up yourself. Again, today is just the absolute perfect example of how people who have not signed up before or have only signed up for a few weeks can come in, can potentially win for the very first time, can make some money, can make more of a name for themselves, can learn. The biggest thing is just that you get so much good experience against so many good players here. But go to compete.playstation.com. That is going to be the spot to sign up for all of these tournaments and many other tournaments, including the pro competition, including other different games. Just check it out. Even if you're not as interested in Mortal Kombat, just see if there's something that you're interested in there. But that does mean that we need to go to a short break while the players who just very recently played a very long and difficult matchup are already getting ready to play another one. So we need to take that short little break, but don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we will see who will make it into the grand finals here in the MK11 Open Series.
You can't hold me down. Yeah, how you let me know? You won't beat that out of car. Looks like bling. Going up, yeah. Going up, yeah.
No! Wait. No jokes, no gimmicks, just combat.
PlayStation.
Hey, welcome back everybody. We are here with more MK11 action at the PS4 Tournaments Open Series. We have gone the distance at a lot of these matches. We've seen some repeat characters, but we are now in the upper bracket finals, and things can only get better from here.
Oh yeah, and you said we had a lot of repeat matches character-wise, and I would not be surprised at all if we didn't get more. Actually, I would be surprised if we didn't get more at this point, because we are going to see El Kukui taking on Eva in the upper bracket finals, where Eva is undoubtedly going to be using Cetrion. And now the question is, who will El Kukui use? If he uses Shang Tsung, it'll be a repeat of both of Xintai's previous matches, character-wise. If he uses Cetrion, then it'll be the Cetrion Mirror, which we actually maybe haven't seen yet in this bracket, but we did see earlier in Europe. Or we could just see any other random character. I mean, there's Sub-Zero still on the board for El Kukui, and that's been a matchup that I know. I mean, it's not necessarily a bad matchup for Cetrion, but it's a matchup that no zoner likes to play against, so it's a big question mark. And again, if any of you are just tuning in, this is an exciting day. We are going to get a first-time champion. There have only been, as far as I know, 4 people who have won in the North American bracket in 9 months. 9 months with 5 tournaments a month. Or actually, I guess we're on 10 months, so we are at over 50 tournaments at this point, and yet only 4 people have won. Ice Scorpion, The Mighty Unjust, Tweety, and Biohazard. There could be somebody else, but if so, then I don't know. It's still only 5. And we're definitely, without a doubt, going to see a new winner today. It could be El Kukui. It could be Eva. It could be Illuminati. It could be, I don't know who's still in the lower bracket, but there's an opportunity for any of these players to make their first big win in the Open Series. So that's pretty exciting for me, at least.
Yeah, no, I think that's exciting for everybody, especially because, let's be real here. Mighty Injustice won 37,000 tournaments for the Open Series. We're going to see a new champion today. All together, people who have been in the bracket before and were just shy or just short, and they're all coming into their own. They're bringing their A game, and it pays off. We have our upper bracket finals with 2 of those types of players right here, right now.
And we are. If by some miracle you haven't had enough of this matchup, the Cetrion Shang Tsung matchup, but I don't even remember. There's too many at this point. But it was Zintai and then Perfect Shini, and then it was Zintai and Eva. But now it's going to be Eva and El Kukui. There we go. Those are the exact matchups. But this is going to be the 3rd round in a row where we do see this matchup. And knowing El Kukui, it's not a for sure pick that we're going to see 100% throughout this set. But if it works out, then it'll work out, and we'll see if he plays it any differently. We are going to see the ground eruption and the shake, the original variation that Zintai chose. Once we did see the switch to the slide, there really wasn't a big opportunity to use it, so it's kind of hard to say whether or not it would have worked out, but regardless, the shake is coming back into play, and the zoning game has begun. So this has been a pretty drawn-out match, but there have been these big bursts of aggression. Whenever one of these players gets a hit exactly like this, then it's mix-up time.
Yeah, one thing I do have to point out, if anybody is not usually familiar with Mortal Kombat, we barely ever see Shang Tsung, period, right? It's
yeah.
And then now we've seen 3 of them in a row. We're just finding a unicorn.
Yeah, 3 in a row, and then I think 4 matches total of Shang Tsung today, which is pretty wild. But here we go. Well, again, Eva starting out strong. She did start off strong quite a bit against Zintai, but I think one of the big things is that, of course, Shang Tsung does have some pretty considerable damage. So if he does find a big opening, then things can even up very quickly.
Oh, got the earthquakes right now. Okay, yeah, that's what we talked about in the previous set, right? You mentioned that several different times, that specifically the air boulder is meant to just kind of call out the shake and then force the Shang Tsung into having to deal with the rest of the projectiles afterwards.
Yep, and that's exactly what we saw, as pretty much just projectiles was enough to win. And wow, teleport into grab. That is extremely risky, but very brave move, and it build Eva so much space by switching her out of the corner. Oh, but she goes back in.
Yeah, well, she did have a hit on El Kakoi, but unfortunately didn't capitalize off it. Now the duck under the throw, forcing the breakaway.
Yeah, you know what? Did dash up stand for, which I think may have been an attempt at dash up into tornado, which would have armor breaked, but I think maybe the input was just a little bit off. Regardless, Eva is going to continue to hold this life advantage. El Kakoi probably wants to try to find some confirm into Fatal Blow.
Well, I mean, it's going to help him out immensely if he's able to get it, because the life deficit right now is pretty real, especially after taking the chip damage, but caught the backdash there.
That's it. Fatal Blow guaranteed. One of the most common strings that we see confirmed in a Fatal Blow, and that was a great way to close that one out. And I mean, it was looking a little bit tough, but the weird empty jump over did manage to find it.
And it paid off just as well as we thought. I mean, Fatal Blow just immediately turning the tide of battle. The life deficit was pretty hardcore, but one hit was all it required.
Yeah, and one of the nice things too is that Fatal Blow puts you basically back to mid-screen, which is a pretty big advantage considering the fact that El Kakoi was in the corner as he cornered himself to get into the position where he was able to make that confirmed, but no longer has to worry about that. And now, drops a pretty big combo, unfortunately. And another one could have got the big conversion, but now it's time for Eva to get some corner pressure, all because of those two really big combo drops. That was unbelievably risky. That was maybe even an accident, I would have to say, but we did see the punish, and now this is looking tough.
Yeah, I mean, look at that life, and one jump, and Eva was ready for it.
Wow. Okay, so I actually think that was a reaction. That didn't feel like a random attempt at a Fatal Blow to me, and that anti-aired perfectly. That might have just been one of the best anti-air Fatal Blows I've ever seen from a Cetra.
I want to say that she was probably originally looking for, like, say a corpse drop or something like that, and was planning on reacting to that, but when she saw the jump, she was like, oh, this works too.
Yep. But not able to close it out. The zoning does catch a few too many times. And so El Kakoi is going to take game one, even after that super good Fatal Blow.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, upper bracket finals, both these players have their lives, two of them ahead of them, right? Mm-hmm. So it is 3 out of 5 too, which, I mean, I guess is no different for the rest of the bracket, but there's a lot of adaptation that can be happening here, especially considering we just saw that match and that was really close, right? Shang Tsung barely had any life left, being able to take that.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. It always like lags on another character for a second, but it's always really interesting to see how different players play matchups differently, right? So when we look at El Kakoi versus how Zintai played it, El Kakoi looks a lot more comfortable in the actual zoning range, I think, than Zintai did. But Zintai was so good when he got to that jump 3 area, which is something that we haven't seen El Kakoi really take advantage of. So it looks like also, you know, maybe Eva's gonna have to take a little bit of time to adapt to the difference in playstyle, especially if you've been playing one character for like however long the last set was, which was really long. Then suddenly you're playing against the same character in the same situations, but you have to expect different things. It can be a little bit of an adjustment, but hey, this pressure looking good so far.
Yeah, I guess once you get somebody in block stun or hit stun, it's all the same, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, especially with Cetron, going to be able to take that strike throw mix up on most of those situations, and that health bar has melted pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's going to be able to get a little bit of life back on that one thanks to the forward throw, and now he's got the corner pressure here, just looking for the Hell's Wrath. Again, another beautiful ground eruption.
Yeah, I mean, just look how confident El Kakoi is at that range. Not just throwing it out every single chance that he can, but really choosing his moments correctly and having confidence in those moments.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Fatal Blow is on deck. I mean, he could just toss it out, but not a lot of life left at this point. It's basically just chip. He's got one more ability to avoid chip, but okay, back throw here.
And he gets immediate off of this, and he is going to land it, and it's going to be 4-2-4 into corpse drop. A very weird choice right there, but I think it was maybe the highest amount of damage that he could do without allowing breaker. So that was a really cool thing to see. 4-2-4 with a lot of hit stun. Normally you can't really combo to that, but no, really took the round.
Yeah, I feel like he wanted to go towards forward 2 after backing up because Eva has very specifically chosen to just press buttons as soon as she is cornered and as soon as she is get a little bit of a chance to do so, right? She does that a lot. So maybe the forward 2 was kind of a read on that possibility after her wake up.
Yeah, this seriously feels like such a different matchup than we saw in that last set. Just the slower pace play, I think, from Shang Tsung is giving Eva a lot more trouble. But I mean, like, you know, this is still staying relatively close. That might be it. Oh no, I highly overestimated that damage. And the corpse drop. She tried to drop rocks from the sky, but unfortunately was hit in the head first. They're just dropping things on each other. That's how all-powerful sorcerers fight, I think.
So I can now take notes for my next science paper saying that corpses fall faster than rocks, apparently.
What's heavier, you know, a pound of corpse or a pound of rocks? It's the age-old joke question. But yeah, I mean, how weird would it be if you're like fighting Shang Tsung, like this just nefarious evil sorcerer, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna take you down, Shang Tsung, and he's like, ha, and suddenly he just drops a dude on you and you're like, what was that? Like, what? Like that's how you're gonna fight me? Such weird choice, man. But I mean, I guess when he makes it explode, it's a little bit more nefarious. But yeah, the corpse drop, such a good tool in this matchup for very obvious reasons. It still does a lot of damage, even though it doesn't do as much damage as it did on release, and it still is able to stuff a lot of options. It's also really good against the Hell's Wrath, especially because when it hits people out of the air, it gets this extra sort of bounce that gives you even more zoning advantage. So yeah, just working out, and yeah, this style is working so well for El Kakoi. This could very well be El Kakoi's day, but we are not unfamiliar with Eva making a 3-0 comeback, because that's how she won the set to make it to this point. Oh, but I'm talking about momentum stoppers.
Yeah, well, I mean, she was able to break away right there. She took quite a bit of damage and only evened up the life total, though. It's not like such a huge detriment.
So even more small hits are making things add up. And look at that. Perfect spacing on the corpse drops. Perfect spacing when he gets into the ground eruption range. Just everything is just making it so hard for Eva to play the game that she wants to. And that's not going to be it. I'm not going to call it out this time. Could have got a little more damage, 3-2, but doesn't matter. Match point for El Kakoi. It's such a less like flashy matchup than we saw previously with Zintai against Eva, but it's just so solid and everything's working.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, especially when you see that like Twitch duck on trying to get under the fireball, and then the fireball still catches her when she stands right back up. Everything is definitely working.
Yeah, I mean, you could just tell that El Kakoi is confident and in control of the spacing. Oh, but when they get close, again, Eva making the right call to get out of the corner 100% of the time. Unfortunately, goes for the restand in a situation where Breakaway will punish it, and so El Kakoi is just going to put her back in the corner. Okay, hop 3, that works. That's punishable. And goes for the full cash out.
Eva knew that was punishable right there. You know, unfortunately for Shang Tsung, he cannot ground eruption in the same spot multiple times. They are at a fixed distance from each other, so can't happen in the corner.
That's maybe a thankful thing, but here we go. One more hit's all it's going to take. Chip avoided, hops over the second hit, and Eva lands one more hit. Now just needs Chip herself, teleports and lands the short hop 3. Eva is not out of this yet.
The short hop 3 to go over the down 1? The clutch is unreal for Eva.
Oh yeah, and we immediately see El Kakoi kind of starting to move in. He might be a little bit thirsty for this win. We'll see if it kind of comes back to bite him. But right now, a little bit cornered. Goes for the, wow, 4-3. That's a hard read from that close.
Hard reads are just going to need to be taken at this point, I think. Restand here. And I mean, look at the pressure here from Eva. Already taken about half of El Kakoi's life. But okay, back in there.
When El Kakoi doesn't try for the conversion, you can get a ground eruption after forward 2-4-2, but it's a pretty tight link, so didn't even go for it. The damage is adding up. Fatal blow is here. We've seen El Kakoi being very comfortable trying to convert into that fatal blow to close things out, but he needs to do a little bit of more damage before that's the like kind of killing blow. Oh, and that's the damage he needed.
Okay, but a forward throw off of the teleport right now. He does have Fatal Blow. Gotta watch out for that if you're Eva. Oh, nice block! Yes, that was exactly what you wanted to be looking for, because that is one of the most common strings, just like Shift talked about before, to go into Fatal Blow. And Eva was looking for it to stay alive. We talked about her clutch factor, and it is paying off. It is showing here.
So, you know, we talk so much about how Eva is stronger when she gets backed into a corner, but that might be literal and figurative, you know, like backed into the corner in a set, as far as like, oh, you're down 0-2, like your back's to the corner, quote unquote. That might be when Eva gets the strongest. I mean, honestly, you know, it's not a weird thing to see certain people that just thrive under pressure, and that seems to me at least to be a trait that's really strong in Eva. And so now, you know, let's see if she can repeat a 3-0 comeback. If she gets 2 3-0 comebacks in this bracket, like, forget it. I think she's won the whole thing. At this point, she's just like, how are you ever going to beat that, you know? But it's still going to be a long road. It's still going to be an absolutely long and difficult road. And El Kakoi just needs to, you know, just be like, okay, I didn't close it out in 3 games, but I've got plenty of time. Just need to play solid and safe. I mean, even that last hit, the overhead, that was a big assumption that there was going to be no block on the overhead after the low. And the risk maybe didn't need to be taken, but just stay solid, don't tilt. We'll see how it goes.
Did she win her first match on a comeback as well?
Oh, I don't remember. That was like...
No, I gotta check that. I gotta check that.
10 hours ago, I think. I'm pretty sure that's accurate. But yeah, you check that. But right now, Eva looking strong, carrying the literal momentum into the corner. Oh, that's not a punish, I don't think. I think 2 and 3 safe. But El Kakui now has quite a bit of space. Oh, the back throw. And now we just need only maybe like a couple more hits and then a confirm into Fatal Blow.
Yeah, could completely change the tide of this round for sure. But oh, the amplifying the ground eruption immediately got the breakaway. Not a true combo going on there. A bit of a weird interaction.
Yeah, but hey, you know what? Whatever works. And so now, yet again, El Kakui on match points to potentially, again, the winner of this makes it into the upper bracket side of Grand Finals. That is a big, big deal. Especially with how close every match has been today, you want that pillow of 3 extra games.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there's the throw escape though. Natural barrier is going to put some space in between the two, but yeah, ready for the H2O port. And another breakaway in that exact position.
Okay, doesn't get the combo, but actually he lands the later hits. Maybe even thought that was going to be a whiff, but it wasn't. But El Kakui looking really good here, and this, I think, should be it. Just needs to land pretty much anything. And El Kakui, I think, maybe for the first time ever, has found himself in the upper bracket side of the Grand Finals, preventing that huge momentum and a second comeback from Eva. But I think today could be his day. I mean, it's hard to say it won't be, right? When you're sitting in literally the best spot that you possibly can be in the entire tournament, aside from actually winning, I think it just shows that El Kakui he's doing good. He's doing good. But there's like a whole pool of other players that still need to fight it out next to him. So we'll see who ends up playing against him. But yeah, I just gotta say, El Kakui, he's looking so like calm and confident today. Normally a player also that maybe gets tilted a little bit during matches where things don't go his way, but just not looking like that at all today. It's very impressive to see just how far he's come. And I think just more and more he's going to be a threat as time goes on.
Yeah, definitely, if he just keeps this up, because like without question that he's just coming into his own today. It just feels like a different El Kakui, just breaking limits and staying completely composed. The confidence is very clearly shown.
Yeah, and I think also, like I said, it's confidence in picks. You know, we've only seen him pick 2 characters today, which is a weird thing to say, like it's like impressive, but I mean, like I said, we've seen him pick 3 different characters in a set before. Like not a rare thing either. Like that is a thing that we've seen quite a few times, and it's maybe not something that we're ever going to see again, as these 2 characters together seem like they're going to cover a lot of the matchups that he wants to face. But Zintai going down. Oh, okay, so I don't know what's going on with Javier, but eliminating Tweety 3-1 and then eliminating Zintai 3-0. Those are some impressive results, and we didn't really get a chance to see that level of like play against Illuminati in the very first round of the day. So we'll see what's going on with Javier, but he is going to be playing against Illuminati yet again in the run back, and maybe it'll be different. If you defeat both of those players, both Tweety and Zintai, in pretty dominant score sets, that really says like you're doing something very right. But I don't know what it is.
Yeah, these are the too few players right now in this bracket that aren't playing like either Cetriot or Shang Tsung. So we are at least in for something a little bit new, a little bit fresh from the past few matches that we've seen straight. Javier is going to be playing that Aaron Black, of course, and then Illuminati. Well, I mean, we could see either Geras or we could see the Kung Lao. Excuse me. I don't know words these days. Okay. But yeah. Okay, so the poll is looking at Illuminati 66%. All right, yeah.
I mean,
it's
it makes sense. It is the run back, right? And it was a pretty dominant set where we did get to see like the Geras come out kind of as like a test pick, and then as soon as he switched to his main, it was like pretty one-sided. So I get 66%. But what were you gonna say?
Yeah, well, no, it is the run back specifically. And what we saw a lot of was that sand trap catching just really oddly timed acid bottle drops, right? Where the sand trap was able to just catch them after they do the acid drop, bottle drop, excuse me, and just pay off that, because Geras, once he knocks you down, after some sort of grapple, whether it be sand trap, command grab, or regular throw, he starts to get that mix-up game going, and things do not get very fun for his opponent a lot of the time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, especially when you're playing a variation that has the command grab like we saw out of Illuminati's Geras. But he was, or well, I guess we should say Javier was playing it pretty like fast and loose with the acid throws, the bottle throws. I don't know what the actual name of that move is, but he was getting punished for them a lot, and it feels like if he was doing that up against like especially somebody like Tweety, who is just on point 100% at punishing with sand trap and then taking advantage of the Oki from sand trap, it seems like he would have just instantly lost. So it is a big question mark to me as to how he's changed his game. I would have to assume that he's done something different. It's possible that he's chosen another character. I don't know a whole lot about Javier as a player. We've seen him in the open series, I think like 2 or 3 times, but still not a whole lot. Like it's been a few times where it's been like one match in the upper bracket and then just never see him again. So I don't know. We'll see. It looks like Illuminati's going straight for the Geras, and Fujin.
Oh, okay. So like Javier specifically in like the surveys listed Joker as the secondary character. So I was wondering if maybe he had picked like Joker versus Tweety or something. But maybe it was Fujin.
Maybe. I mean, we may never know, but definitely choosing Fujin right now. And Fujin, super good character that for some reason we see less and less, is going to go for Wind Push and Warped Needle. That is super weird. Super weird. So normally you see the Arsenal and Skywalker as just core, absolutely core for this character, but that means that the conversions that we're going to see off of Javier are going to be a little bit weaker than we're used to seeing. However, it's going to have a lot of different safe options in pressure and a little bit more space control, and immediately you can see how strong his movement is. One of the fastest wave dashes in the entire game, as long as you can execute it, and Javier is showing that he can.
Yeah, I mean, I would be a little bit remiss if the God of Wind couldn't move very slickly.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, that is also an understatement. Is his movement is just, I don't know. It's amazing. And right now, he's looking really good. Illuminati, went for the Geras again, probably assuming the same matchup. And oh yeah, the forward 3. What a normal that is.
Directly under the big fist. Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's like a pretty safe normal that you can cancel into guaranteed safe follow-ups, and you can get a full combo off of it, and it low profiles things, and it goes really far. Everything about forward 3 is extremely good. Catches people moving, but yeah, that was a great time to use it. Could have made it safe no matter what. You can land the grab. This is looking 100% different than the Aaron Black. Like, literally 100%.
This is definitely a different player, a different game right now. I wonder if this is like exactly what happened to Tweety, because I would not have been prepared for this. I don't know how Illuminati could be either.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and say that Illuminati is not, as this has been extremely one-sided, and that's going to be it. Almost no solid hits at all, ending in the brutal, cutting him in half. I think Illuminati's got to be sitting there and saying, whoa.
It's probably Kung Lao time is what I would think is going on here.
I would highly agree. This is 100% the time to switch to Kung Lao and see who has the better kind of wild, aggressive mobility. But yeah, the Garrus not going to work out nearly as well this time. This is a very weird overall playstyle switch. Going from that Aaron Black to this, I am pretty blown away. But no way, you're really going back to Garrus? That was not looking good, Illuminati. But okay, yeah, hey, I trust in his choice.
Feeling it. You know, sometimes very recently I commentated a tournament where one of the players who normally gets top 3 with their particular main character decided, yeah, one tournament this next tournament I'm just gonna play my secondary and I'm gonna get as much experience with my secondary as possible. I wonder if Illuminati is maybe thinking the same thing. Or maybe it just realized that it only requires a small adjustment to be able to deal with this oppression.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it looks to me like a little bit more than a small adjustment, but already doing better than he was in the first game, which I guess doesn't say a whole lot. But yeah, this is definitely a good opportunity to try out a secondary, especially, like I said, with the finals coming up in just 3 days. That's the one that you really want to do well with. So if you think that maybe practicing your secondary now can help you with that one, perfect to do it.
Well, I mean, already starting out much better, just like you said, and it's... Okay, another clothesline. Oh, tricky. Empty jump. Yeah, I guess a lot of people are pretty worried about having an anti-air, the time splash, and if there's no time splash, you just get grabbed.
Yeah, it just changes that landing, I guess, timing just very slightly. But all right, Illuminati, yes, showing why he's confident in sticking with this matchup. He's like, yeah, you know what? That was weird. I wasn't ready, but I'm ready now.
Ooh, is that? I feel like that dive kick is punishable. Is it not? Am I wrong?
It is, as far as I know, but I think he was sitting there waiting for the amplify, the second hits on it, which you do tend to see a lot, point. And so it just took a little bit too long. It also hit on his toes, so it was a little bit weird, and of course that's going to make it a little bit less minus.
Oh, again, the big fist just completely whiffing.
Again!
Oh my goodness. Does he just know when he's going to use it?
I don't know. I think we definitely need to see Illuminati stop trying to do reversal fist right there. But okay, this is good. This is going to be the corner.
Oh, let's mix up time, yeah.
All right. Oh,
stop wasting my time.
Again, lands a big combo. That was a weird follow-up. That was definitely not a real combo that he could have got. But here we go. Big conversion. Back in the corner.
Yeah, full-on corner carry right there. That's one of the nice parts about Gears. But he tried to meet him air to air, and at the very least, because of that, I was gonna say he was gonna keep the corner, but immediate skywalk out.
Yeah, luckily the side switching means that the corner doesn't really mean quite as much, and also the combos that you get in mid-screen and corner are not all that different with this character. So, great conversion, perfectly comboing off of the down 2. Actually one of the better down 2s in the game, but Illuminati showing off why he was willing to stick with Garrus and playing so much better this time. I think he was just caught unaware like all of us were.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what it looked like anyway, because even in the round that Javier was able to take in this game, it was nowhere near as it looks like the knowledge checks were not as failing for him. So Illuminati was able to actually pass those knowledge checks rather than just well, I guess it's just I'm just getting skywalking all over. The needle is just happening and I can't figure out how to get it.
Yeah, and also I think that he's learning even more as this matchup goes on. We saw him do so many of the reversal punches, and it was just not working, and so he just stopped doing it. And I think he's gonna stop doing it for the rest of the set as he gets a little bit more of a handle on this particular matchup. As again, this is almost undoubtedly a secondary Garrus with a little bit less experience than the Kung Lao that we've seen so many times from Illuminati. So you know, it's cool because we get to see the adaptations and the learning mid-set, which is what we saw. And here we go again, one apiece. But this is a big start for Javier. Attempted to use the armor breaker on a breakaway, but no breakaway. Can't call.
I was trying to get that hard read at the round start because, I mean, it's pretty common for someone to want to break away a down to crushing blow, right? Like, it's almost guaranteed a lot of time that somebody would be like, okay, well, I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty much, it's most characters' biggest starter, so it's the #1 breakaway target.
But they're the sand trap, and luckily for Illuminati, not only is he gonna get the crushing blow, but the clone was there. Oh, it's gone the way. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, because he had the crushing blow, actually. You know, anything that takes you into a cinematic in this game, crushing blow, fatal blow, being crushing blows, and fatal blows. Wow, I said them both, and they both showed up. Yeah, that is going to be it. But like I was trying to say, if any of these things happen, every sort of like field mechanic disappears. You know, if like there's like Sub-Zero that puts out an Arctic trap, or if there's like acid on the ground from the Aaron Black, or plasma on the ground from Jackie, they all disappear immediately. All right, lands the jump over kick. Another character with a great jump kick. Both these characters with amazing jump attacks.
Yeah, okay, breakaway on that one, and he went for the command grab, but it was already pressing buttons. Javier's gonna be able to get out of the corner thanks to that, and push him all the way to his own corner.
Oh, that was a big whiff, but actually a big whiff from both players, and neither one gets punished.
There it is, the mix-up.
Yeah, that's the not mix-up as we call it, because they did change the frames, so technically you can fuzzy it, and everybody said it stopped being a mix-up, and then still everybody gets hit by it, because it's truly, secretly, truly a mix-up.
Yeah, there's always that common discourse of people being like, well, now it's impossible, and then it just continues to happen.
Yep, exactly. All too familiar with. But that grab, is that going to be enough? Nope, just 2%, and he's going to get the win push at the end, and just as quick as Illuminati adapted to the matchup, Javier adapted back and is now going up 2-1 in this set. I think that we might see the Kung Lao now. It seems like when it gets down to 2 games for the opponent, the Kung Lao comes back out.
Yeah, that actually happened, I believe, when it was the Aaron Black versus Geras matchup that these two played in the upper bracket. I think it was like Javier kind of figured out how to fight Geras a little bit at the very end there, and then it was like, all right, Kung Lao, and it was domination after that.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a strategy that I like. You know, you're like, okay, well, I'm in this bracket, you know, I'm making money. He's already in top 4, so he's already guaranteed money, but he's like, okay, I'll try out and commit to my secondary until it's my final chance, and then I'll go my main. So it's not like he's not taking it seriously, but he's also committing to guaranteeing himself practice. And we'll see, though, if this is any better answer for the Wind God. This is going to be a weird matchup, a very high-flying matchup. Usually, and let's see, what did he choose? I think he chose Buzzsaw. Yeah, Buzzsaw, and I think this is a Possessed Hat one, but Buzzsaw is almost definite. It's going to be this nice shield. You can angle it, especially when you spend meter, and you are going to make him land on it a lot if he's doing a lot of Skywalker stuff.
Buzzsaw. Oh, but there's the dive kick to get over the wind push.
Oh, did he choose the guided hat again? It looked like he did, and he's... Oh, no, he chose Possessed Hat. He just didn't spend the meter, I think, on accident.
Okay. Oh, but there's the flawless block. Yeah, immediate breakaway right there. It's going to get the throw, though, so he actually gets the corner back anyway.
And let's see how well Javier can get out of this pressure. This is the big question. Doesn't matter how good you are with the character. If you don't know how to get past this particular pressure, it's done so.
Yeah. Oh, forward 1 harassment, but I guess he just got a neutral jump on accident right there. Maybe he was expecting a jump, actually.
Oh, and good conversion. Actually, that's another really strong thing about Buzzsaw, is that it lets you get conversions meterlessly in a lot of times that you can't. Even if you're only going to get like 1 more hit, like right there, it saved him offensive bar for the next round because he was able to go into Buzzsaw Hat instead of Meter Bird Spin.
Okay, oh, there's the air-to-air. Beautiful conversion on that.
And now we're back into this corner pressure space, but a great way to get out. And it's so weird to me, super interesting. Javier doesn't really know the combos, I think, which is very surprising. And yeah, I'm surprised why you wouldn't go Arsenal then, because those make the combos considerably easier. But I guess he just likes having all this neutral control.
Well, neutral control has been paying off in spades, to be quite honest. There's that down two.
Yeah, and I think this should be it. Yeah, more than enough. Look at that. That is a huge damage combo. Kung Lao, especially with Buzzsaw, gets to do some really fun things in combos, and it pays off a lot. So, Lao does look like it's working out. It's not free by any means, but they are going to take it to a game 5.
Yeah, well, I mean, Illuminati was specifically going towards that Garrus for a little while, and again, when switching to Kung Lao, just it feels like domination. It's so interesting.
Yeah, I mean, hey, there's a reason why Illuminati is known as one of the first people who was really using Buzzsaw a lot, you know, and really like made people complain about Buzzsaw. I remember after there was a certain particular match where he played against Biohazard, and Biohazard was like, whoa, okay, like he made some sort of tweet or something about just like okay, Buzzsaw is like a problem, you know, and it certainly is. It's extremely strong, and you can tell that Javier doesn't really have a plan in mind. He tried to trade with it with the back one at some point, but that's still not a trade that you're gonna win. It was still advantage overall for Kung Lao. So I don't know what his best answers really are. It's not an easy thing, and not everybody and every character is gonna have a good answer. Oh, but no more Fujin, weirdly. Nope. It seemed like Fujin was doing great, but immediately going back to the Aaron Black.
Oh, I wonder what's going on with the Aaron Black pick, because like, could it have not been the Fujin versus Tweedy? Could it have not been the Fujin? It could have maybe just been Aaron Black with just like adjustments. We were talking about that originally up until we got blindsided by the Fujin pick.
It is possible, but we did see him stick with Fujin every match against the Garrus. So I think that there is a possibility that he did just do the whole thing with Garrus, and now that he has to fight, or sorry, with Fujin, but now that he has to fight this Kung Lao, he's more comfortable in a different matchup.
Okay, down one just gets the tick throw right here, Hanna-Barbera.
Oh, he's just standing there, taking so much damage, literally melting.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that's completely evened up the life total actually, and luckily the hat toss is going to be able to save him.
Wow, that was a very far away throw, but now match point Illuminati. Of course, Kung Lao having a really good throw game. He does have really far range on his grab. Ooh, good shot. I mean, Scud Shot is actually a great answer for this, and it's something that we might see a little bit more. I think he was attempting to do it right there, but got clipped, but now it got clipped with a down two also. Luckily had breakaway, and we didn't see the bait come out, but here's another opportunity.
Well, knockdown. And immediate Abari, I guess, just knew that it wouldn't be a true meaty setup right there.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen him swing on Wake Up all that much, but he knows when, clearly. I'm still taking damage. Acid on your feet.
Yeah, it's the most powerful grab I've seen. Well, okay, that's not true. I've seen Totem Kodokan command grab somebody before, so.
We don't talk about that. That's forbidden. Oh man, 2 jump kicks in a row connecting, and reads the breakaway by just dropping some acid on the floor, and that's going to make things so much tougher. And there we go, match point both players. Is Javier gonna win this run back, or is Illuminati gonna double eliminate Javier?
Well, I mean, already just showing that he can deal with the hat toss. So I mean, that's the start. He's gotta use bullets for it though, and he's only got 3 left.
Wow. Wake up jump again, and Illuminati was like ready for it, but then just realized that it wasn't a really good answer based on his positioning. And now, even though Illuminati does have a slight life lead, he's the one being pushed to the corner.
Ooh, now he's kind of stuck there thanks to the puddle. He's got to wait it out. Unless maybe he just calls out the best teleport on the planet.
Oh, he actually can send out an amplified buzzsaw and then teleport behind just to get a little bit more space, but just barely misses the armor breaker right there. That would have killed for sure. Unfortunately, doesn't get it, and still is going to use the low string to confirm it. And so the answer to my earlier question is Illuminati will double eliminate Javier, which is very impressive considering the players that Javier had to get through just to earn that rematch, both Zintai and Tweedy. But just couldn't find an answer for the Kung Lao.
Yeah, again and again, he just switches back over to the Kung Lao and things seem so much more comfortable. Obviously, it's the main character. Obviously, it's the character that he was able to, make people really get worried about with the buzzsaw and things like that. So it shouldn't come to too much of a surprise that he would have a much stronger level of control with his Kung Lao than with his Geras. But the Geras, continuously impressive, right? It started out as this, yeah, the Geras is solid, but we're not sure. And then it was like, yeah, the Geras is definitely solid, we are sure. And then it just got better.
Yeah, it really does feel like it's improving over time here in this bracket. And I think Illuminati is making such a great usage of the opportunity to learn in this top 8. You know, you've got so many games in with the Geras, but still manages to defeat people in the end, just using the Kung Lao if he really has to. But yeah, like you could literally, as the bracket goes on, you can see the Geras getting more and more solid. He's more and more comfortable with it. And maybe by the end of it, that'll be the answer for one of these matchups. Because now, making his way into the top 3 means that first, he's going to be going up against Eva, where we are going to see undoubtedly the Cetrion. Now, the question of who Illuminati uses is still up in the air. But then after that, whoever wins this, moving up to play against El Kakoi, where you may get a second Cetrion, may get a Shang Tsung, but regardless, it's going to be pretty zoning heavy, most likely. So now, who does Illuminati like most against zoners? I think Geras, very solid pick against zoners.
So far, his Geras has been doing real well. He actually was giving El Kakoi a bit of trouble in not just the when he switched over to the Kung Lao, but when he was Geras at the very start. I think maybe that's you just start out with that on every game versus anybody that you fight from here on out, right?
Yeah, very possibly, but also it's so weird because this is every single like character basically match now is kind of a character rematch from earlier in the bracket. So most of these players have even today had experience in most of these matchups, so that is going to skew probably some of their views on like who they should pick or who they don't want to pick, who they're scared to pick, etc. And just as far as looking at player matchups, so Eva and Illuminati, I think they haven't played yet today.
No, because they were on opposite sides of the bracket. Illuminati played El Kakoi, so.
Yeah, so he's been in the lower bracket for most of this time. So Illuminati is a player who really likes to, get the pressure going and take you to the corner. But Eva is a player who, we've pointed out is possibly stronger under pressure. And so it'll be really interesting to see how her playstyle goes up against that like hyper aggression.
Yeah, well, I do wonder about if Illuminati is ready for the Cage Tiger type of offense where she's fighting from the literal corner and I guess apparently figurative from the last match that we saw. And she's just able to like a Abare out to just mash out whatever. Because like we saw from El Kakoi, he didn't really have a response for her trying to press buttons out of the corner on Wake Up until maybe the second to last game of that set. So far it's been people have just been adapting a bit too late, so like she has just been getting away with just like I'm gonna just wake up and press buttons. You're not doing anything about it, right? Like you're not baiting me out, you're not stopping me in any way, shape, or form. And whatever reason, she has the sixth sense for that exact type of pressing buttons.
Yeah, it's it's extremely strong. I mean, just in general, wake up buttons are very good in Mortal Kombat 11. You're not going to want to do it like every time, especially against good players. Obviously, they're going to punish you for it more often than not, but especially knowing which knockdowns it's a little bit better for, like maybe knockdowns where they have to dash up before they can get to you, or knockdowns where they don't get to truly get a perfect meaty and there's a good chance that they will whiff, or ones that you can take advantage of delayed wake up on. But if you know how to use them correctly, one of the most powerful tools in the game for sure. And we are going to start off with the Geras. Not a big surprise, but let's see how it does up against the Cetrion.
Well, I mean, he's just kind of playing the zoning game already. Like he's zoning a little bit more than Eva would like, I feel like. But double command grab's gonna get neutral jumped here. Restand, but blocks the low. And there it is again, backdash sand trap. That's the second time so far that he's gotten damage out of that.
It is good. I mean, one of the best whip punishers in the game for sure, especially with how much reward it gives you.
What? Did you see him walk up with his chest in full view? And then the crushing blow? Oh no!
Oh my, that was the weirdest confidence I have ever seen, and that was perfect spacing. Like, Eva's like, why are you walking up at me? Standing 2. And then Illuminati's like, I do not care. And then standing 2 just whiffed by a pixel, just forward 2'd perfectly. I don't know what that call out was, but it was great.
That reminds me of Coach Steve in Injustice when he walked up.
The walk. Oh, legendary. Absolutely legendary.
Wonderful.
Actually, a very similar character to Garrus.
Yeah, actually, it's just he doesn't have a cat.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Please do not give Garrus a Dex star. We do not need to see that extra little bit of advantage there. But here we go again though. Eva now trying to get a little bit more momentum. It's going to steal the cornerback just slightly. Illuminati just needs one more solid hit. Maybe. Oh, great flawless block.
Super strong call out on the fact that he knew that there was negative frames there, and he was like, okay, you're probably going to push. But fatal blow, trying to get to a point where anything can kill.
Yeah, this is going to scale pretty heavily just because it was from an up 2, so it didn't even quite steal back the life lead. However, a little bit of extra chip will be stealing back that life lead. And that was a punish even. I think it might have killed on chip anyway, even if it wasn't. But there go the eyes again with whatever magic he does to just push out your eyes by breaking your neck. Weird physics, but all right, the Garrus. I'm telling you, the Garrus is looking better and better as it goes on in the bracket, like consistently better. Like we didn't even see like any flawless block situations from his Garrus at all today, but now we've seen like 2 really strong ones in this set alone, which by this set I mean this one game. So I think it's just getting better and better. By the end of the day, he might be too strong for anybody to stop.
He gains more power as he moves along. He's literally just like Garrus. Every time he loses, he gets more powerful.
Exactly. It's exactly what it is.
Okay, he gave El Kakoi trouble in this matchup as well. So I guess I can't be terribly surprised that was a thing. But like that was a lot of really strong choices. And even like I feel like he did what we like to like call about in Soul Calibur. Like he had his own negative frames, right? And he just like he did a flawless block and then got his up 2. But instead for like Soul Calibur, it's like you be in negative frames and then you guard impact and you're just like, it's my turn again.
Just stealing your I mean, honestly, the similarities between Mortal Kombat and Soul Calibur 6 in particular, 11 and 6, it's a lot. Yeah, it is a ton. And that is exactly the same type of idea with the flawless block and the GI. So cool to draw those little connections. If y'all haven't tried both of those games, try them both. But here we go. Oh, and using the Sansa block a little bit more this time. We didn't see it pretty much at all last game.
Yeah, we didn't see it at all, actually. Yeah, but interestingly enough, Eva was teleported out, just basically completely negating its existence.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, you want to teleport here? Go for it. I don't care. I'm gone. I got to teleport on my own.
I would love to be full screen. Thank you.
Oh, and breaks away immediately, but just needs one more solid hit. Not a grab though. Being outside of grab range is very important. And the no mix-up. I think that should be it. It is just enough damage. It's gonna hit everybody. Doesn't matter how good you are at fuzzing it. I swear it's real.
Hey, look, if it keeps working, never stop, right?
Yep. That's it. Like
I don't care what the numbers tell me. I don't care what the numbers tell me. If it works, it works.
Never tell me the odds, right?
Yeah, never tell me the odds.
Oh, that's crushing blow.
No, it's not.
No, that had to be crushing blow. I am 100% convinced that's crushing blow. I think Illuminati just didn't hold it down. That was, okay. I almost thought it wasn't going to reach the wall. That was my bigger fear. But yeah. I'm 100% confident on that. But Eva managing to find her way out yet again, taking it back to mid-screen. Oh, here's the pressure. Oh, barely catches. Doesn't get the restand, though. Doesn't get both hits. That's a very weirdly high up way to hit that tornado.
I wonder if that's not using the crushing blow is coming back to haunt him.
Yeah, I mean, I feel confident that's what it was, but maybe an accident. I don't know. And Eva now back to the corner. Illuminati just needs one more hit. I don't think actually this is enough. You can go into this is going to scale a lot. I think this is just going to barely not kill, but it is going to give another kind of chip situation, which is how we saw the last game end. Oh, look how much that scaled. Oh my god, that did nothing. That doesn't feel worth
damage
it
at all, actually.
Yeah, you also don't get Oki. I feel like just going for normal combo there might have been a little bit better, because now you don't have that whiff punish tool.
Well, we did talk about how this is Illuminati's secondary character. Oh no, no punish on the whiff jump kick.
Oh yeah, big mistake. I mean, it was so out there and so weird that maybe neither of them were ready. But now Fatal Blow gone for this final round for Illuminati, so Eva's going to take that as a double win.
Yeah, takes the round, has her own Fatal Blow for later, but there's the breakaway. And just going to keep the Oki pressure going despite that. Had another offensive bar, not even worried about it.
All right, are we going to finally see? No, never. All right, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. The corner pressure is something you just almost never want to lose with Sand Simulacrum, but there is always the opportunity for the forward one crushing blow from Garrus. We just haven't seen it yet a single time today. And Illuminati is going to get that final hit, and that's going to be it. Going up 2-0 with this Garrus, looking very convincing.
It is clean for sure. This Garrus is just on the train, running the train. No one is allowed to come with him.
Yeah, this is, I can't believe that even from the players that we expected to do well, we're still getting some weird surprises today. And also, for some reason, there's been a ton of Garruses in North America. We haven't seen Garrus forever. Then, like, Tweety showed up, and then we saw, oh, why am I blanking out? What's her name? Why am I'm gonna come back to that right now. Sorry, I am super burned out because we have been watching a lot of these zoning matchups.
It's all right. It's all right. I understand.
But yeah,
I'm very happy about all the Garrus. I obviously am living today for all of this Garrus.
Well, you're in definitely the perfect day to see it. And it's also weird that we're very potentially seeing a Garrus make it into the grand finals, and it's not going to be Tweety, even though Tweety was the one that was in the bracket. That is, I don't know. It's a weird day, but we already knew that.
It started out a little odd, and it just never stopped, I guess.
Yep. And again, in a very different way than Europe was in the morning. So it's a pretty cool day overall.
I'm very happy with the matches. Even the zoning matches had like a lot of really cool aspects to them, where it was like two zoners.
Well, hey, you know what? The zoning matchups might not be done yet, and I think there's a good chance they're not going to be. But right now, Eva taking the offense.
Oh, wow, just the walk up again. There's just so much gall from Illuminati to be able to just walk up on somebody like that.
Yeah, just the slow walk down. But it takes a lot of confidence, but hey, it's proven confidence for a reason.
Okay, but luckily for Eva though, she's figured out the best way to push him directly into the corner, and she's doing a good job of it. She's not like overextending, it feels like. It feels like she's just taking her turn, and that's good enough.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, even just taking your turn, I think Eva's realizing that she's winning out a lot in the chip damage battle, because Sand Trap, you know, it does okay chip, but not an amazing chip. Tornado, however, does actually amazing chip. And, I actually think could have maybe, didn't have a bar, so yeah, that was probably the best bet there. Just trying to close it out, and Eva, yet again, you know, down 0-2, probably when she's going to be the strongest. So we'll see if she can at least take this game, if not the 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, I mean, she even was very close to making a comeback on El Kakoi when she was down 2-0, so. Oh, no.
Nope, that was not it. That one, I think, was really just actually not the correct spacing, but getting close. Oh, the reversal grab. Good call.
Yeah, gonna get great damage off this set up. The sand clone, too.
Oh, just goes for forward 2-1. Tries to bait maybe some sort of option to deal with the command grab, but nothing came out. Oh, tried to flawless block there for sure. Tried to flawless block the tornado. Instead gets hit by the natural barrier. That's the one big mix-up.
Earthquake, though. And yeah, I think she's back to just being like, okay, I can just take my turns. And my turns are pretty often, especially if I'm getting all these hits. But Fatal Blow does exist. Gotta watch out.
Oh, but now you got to be scared of everything. This is going to put into one more grab away, or a jab, or a command grab. I guess that works too.
That's a grab, right? That's a grab.
Yeah. Technically.
Fight.
But that is actually going to put, I was going to say, puts Eva a little bit far away from Illuminati, but Illuminati just doing that confident walk up again.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on in this man's brain to be able to figure out how to walk up on somebody so emphatically, but teach me.
Yeah, I know, especially such a scary zoner. Like, I wish I had that much confidence in anything. Oh, but here we go.
Ooh, the rare mix-up.
Yeah, we very rarely see that string. You know, you still see it for the counter hit crushing blow, but that wasn't the situation. Still chose to use it.
Okay, setting up the clone. Oh, it was explosion that time.
Yeah, great spacing by Eva, though, to just barely get past the thing's hitbox. And yet again, oh, but this time he just teleports. He's mixing it up. Oh, is that crushing blow? It is!
1-1-1.
And just needs one more hit. Any hit. Oh, a big risk. I appreciate it and understand it, but yeah, once again, losing your eyes. And Illuminati's Garrus looking stronger and stronger and pushing him into the grand finals. Didn't even have to switch to Kung Lao at all that time. I'm telling you, every single match, the Garrus gets stronger. This is scary. I think
it's canon.
I'm gonna make a call here, right? If we see this match get reset, I think the Garrus will be unstoppable in grand finals post reset. I think that El Kukui needs to win before the reset because this progression is just getting too scary. But we got a good example of that in this previous match where Eva wasn't able to use that back to the corner strength that she was using previously, wasn't able to pull out even a single game. But again, you know, I said it early in the day, I thought she was a really high chance to make it into the top 3 and did make it into the top 3. A great showing, but at this point, I mean, I don't know who can stop this Garrus. Eva had a great match in the upper bracket finals, so just a huge shout out to her and her placement today. But unfortunately, that is going to be it for this week. Hopefully, though, all of these players that we see today that we're not as used to are going to continue to enter more and more, because the two players that we have in grand finals are players that we are very used to, and that is going to be El Kukui and Illuminati. Both of them, I would have to say, overall over the past year, making like at least 30 entrances each into these top 8s, but never have either of them won before, so one of them will be the 5th person to ever win a North American Open Series. And I have no idea who it's going to be. It's between El Kukui. I mean, honestly, both of them are looking just better than ever today in both their own weird ways. But El Kukui, you know, just looking unstoppable. Already defeated Illuminati, but just barely. And on the other side, Illuminati just looking better and better as this bracket goes on. Maybe losing to El Kukui was the worst thing that could have happened for El Kukui. I don't know. I have zero ways to anticipate this grand finals.
This was actually one of the matchup that we originally started looking at the second that Kukui defeated Tweety, right? We were like, all right, this is the next big matchup that determines what's going to go on. And, well, it apparently did, because this is our grand finals now. Either of these players looking to maybe take it. It could be their first for either of them.
Yeah, I'm so glad that we're guaranteed a new winner. This is, it's a very exciting day. But I mean, I think this is honestly pretty important for both of these players. Like I said, if you're somebody actually who, like, let's say you've only entered like 2 or 3 times and you do make it up into the grand finals, like, sure, yeah, if you win, you're pretty happy. You're like, yeah, I won. I came in, I showed that I'm a threat, and that's great. But if you're somebody who's entered like 30 times, you know, I mean, both of these players have been literally entering since nearly the very beginning of the Open Series, and you just haven't been able to find that win, just barely, time and time again, and you finally get that opportunity. I think that's going to mean a lot more if you do manage to seize it.
Well, we are finally here at this point, grand finals, the rematch of what had happened earlier in the upper bracket. El Kukui, Illuminati. We can't figure out what to call it. We think it's probably going to go the distance at the very least, but what does the chat think? I wonder if it's probably the same.
I don't know. I'm actually really curious to see what the chat thinks here, because this is a difficult one, you know? It's weird too for... What? That is way too one-sided. I do not agree with you at all, chat. I mean, I think there's a good chance that El Kukui wins, even though he is in the winner's side, the upper bracket side. I still think it's going to be much closer than 90%. Come on. Why are there so many El Kukui fans out there? That is wild.
A heavy favorite.
Yeah,
it's pretty rare that I see that kind of favoritism actually from a chat poll, even in like all the different games I've commentated here in the Open Series. It sometimes gets that high, but it is incredibly rare.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even see it that high when it's like the Mighty Unjust playing against like newer players. Like, we usually see not even that high, even though there's like a 90% chance that Mighty Unjust probably will win that. But Hey, you know what? We'll see if the chat's correct. Maybe they know something that we don't. Maybe they're all smarter than us, which is probably likely. But
Okay, that's pretty true. Yeah.
yeah. But okay, I really truly though don't think it's going to be that one-sided for sure. And there is a little bit of an advantage of being in the upper bracket. So we'll see if El Kakoi uses it well. And okay, starting off with what other than Cetrion? So we are going to see the Cetrion up against the Garrus match yet again. Matchup that I feel like we've seen a million times. Okay, so I did say something earlier.
Yes.
Once this matchup ended, I said the next time they fight, I think they're probably going to go like blind, like hidden select, blind pick, something like that. They didn't. They just immediately went for their picks, and I guess they're just happy with the way this is going. However, this is the matchup overall that I think was losing for Illuminati. However, that was like Illuminati like 4 iterations ago, right? That was like not the new and improved Illuminati. It looks like there may have been something going on with the lobby it again, of course. But we're getting in there to work on it yet again. So it gives us more time to think about what's going to actually happen.
One of the things that you mentioned very specifically in the previous set was the very first match between these two is dictating how the entire set goes because of the fact that they're clearly getting into a counter pick war, right? Illuminati, obviously Geras. If Cetrion is there, you probably want the Geras, right? And now, while El Kakoi has the 2 sets to work with, if it happens twice, that's kind of scary.
Yeah, well, okay, so technically, I think in their previous match, it was that the Cetrion defeated the Garrus, then lost to the Kung Lao, but then the Shang Tsung beat the Kung Lao and lost to the Garrus. I think.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's actually right. It's been a little bit. Obviously, we've gone through a lot of different matches. I've seen a lot of Shang Tsung. I've seen a lot of Cetrion today.
Yeah, a lot of Garrus. I'm telling you, it feels like that was 10 hours ago. But so I think that technically, starting with these, if we were to just look at the last set, like kind of in a void just by itself, then I would say advantage to El Kakui. But like I said, the Garrus getting better and better and better every single time. And I think now there's a chance, because, it wasn't like particularly one-sided, the Cetrion against the Garrus last time that they played in the upper semifinals, I think. So I think there's a chance that maybe Garrus just actually pulls it off this time and the counterpick war doesn't need to happen, which would then mean that El Kakoi needs to make a pretty tough decision as for who to use. But maybe we'll just see this exact matchup the whole way through. There's only one real way to tell if any of this is correct, and that's to watch them battle it out. So hopefully the lobby stays intact and we get to start this off, because it's going to be grand finals here. El Kakui in the upper bracket still, and Illuminati fighting his way all the way through the lower bracket. So he is going to have to win 2 full sets. And starting off at 0-0, this could still be quite a bit of Mortal Kombat 11 to come, or it could be a 3-0 sweep. We'll see.
Again, I am expecting it to go to the distance, especially with the way Illuminati is just completely ready and roaring to go. Obviously, that's the only people who can tell that story are the players right now, in terms of going the distance, because we have talked about El Kakoi and how strong and how much he's coming into his own with his Cetrion. It feels like it's just like a different Unjust, or it's not a different Unjust, it's a different El Kakoi. I said it because I read the variation.
I know.
Went back to variation again.
He went back to off-brand Unjust, but it is absolutely a different El Kakoi. And I think that if he was to win this tournament, it would tell a really big story. But again, he's going to have to beat Illuminati. He's looking really good at it right now, though. He's going to get the full conversion. That should be it. Going for the maximum damage there. Then into the tornado. And that is a strong way to start it. Often, when we see somebody make their way all the way through the lower bracket, they start off extremely strong because they just won like 4 tough matches in a row and they're feeling it. But immediately, El Kakui is the one who's going to take all this momentum. Oh, accidentally knocked him out of the corner, but a taste of his own medicine. Oh, but a drop.
I was like, his life bar is gone. It's over.
I mean, that was still a good amount of damage, at least, getting the down 2s before it finished. But it's something you got to really be ready for, and I'm sure it's something El Kakui's going to lab a little bit more for the next time that they enter a tournament. But here we go. El Kakui, again, just not giving Illuminati a chance.
Another take throw here for Illuminati, though, and then I cannot assume. I can only assume that was an accident. He's probably just trying to get the wake up 3, right? Like, yeah, right there.
Yeah, but he got punished for it pretty bad, and that's gonna be it. It took 3 mistakes, and the entire life bar disappeared. Honestly, Illuminati maybe didn't even need to use this fatal blow. He didn't have any offensive bar. I'm sorry. So he absolutely needed to use the fatal blow, which is what I said, of course. Only listen to the second thing I say, not the first. But staying in the fight, which is very important.
Well, I mean, again, staying in the fight is the important thing. We've talked about how you, especially considering El Kakoi is in the upper bracket, right? He is the current, he currently has 2 sets to work with. So any round that you can take is probably the thing you have to do.
Yeah, you cannot give up anything because they just slip away from you so quickly, especially against Cetrion. But El Kakoi looking, again, just as strong as he was the first few rounds. And now Illuminati has so many less resources to be able to punish. And I say that as he's going to get a very nice punish and a side switch all the way to the corner. Crushing blow for sure. For sure. Why?
Nope.
It has to be. It has to be. I truly do not believe that. Maybe he's not going for crushing blow for some reason, like it gives worse Oki or something. But regardless, now he's still got so much space to go out. Must have missed the flawless block timing right there. And El Kakoi surprisingly solidly taking that very first game. I thought that was going to be, I mean, it did go to the 3rd round, but I still thought it was going to be a little bit closer.
And that last round was actually not super easy there for Illuminati. It definitely looked a lot harder. And I gotta be real with you. I am believing that Illuminati is attempting to get the crushing blow. I don't think that he's like not doing. I feel like it's probably not that he's like avoiding it, but I don't know. You know, I'm the guest here. I'm not trying to say I know more or anything.
I don't know. I swear that's the right spacing, but you know, who really knows? We'll have to ask Illuminati afterwards at some point. But yeah, we saw it like one time, but I mean, maybe it's possible that maybe it's just slightly off. It is a really weird crushing blow, honestly. It's one of the most finicky ones where you need to have like very specific setups to land it from round start. Otherwise, it's kind of just a toss-up whether or not you're going to get it, even if it does feel like you're going to. So one way or another, you know, it's the combos that matter more than just landing that little bit of a crushing blow, especially because it would be scaled anyway in most of those situations. So the main thing to look at is whether or not you're actually hitting the opponent. Right now, El Kakoi is the one doing the most hitting, and Illuminati is the one getting hit.
This is just about how every match has started out at this point. Basically, El Kakoi has pushed him, and then the sand trap shows up.
Ooh, wake up down 4, not afraid. That's, I mean, a pretty scary option to choose against a character who just gets pretty free meaty in that situation, but he just knew.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to get as many sand traps against the Hell's Wrath, if at all possible, right? Like, and since there's no sand clone up, can't really okay, as soon as I say it, he couldn't really teleport in between the rock tosses, but El Kakoi completely ready for the teleport.
Oh, I love that. That's super smart. You get a ton of hits there, so it eats to last breath. And even though it's not a whole lot of damage, just because it is a normal worth of chip, it still would have been the perfect one to kill there. We used to see 2-on-2 a lot for that. I'm surprised we don't see that string anymore. I forgot that was even a thing. But anyway, all right, El Kakoi again looking strong. As much as I went on that little tangent already, Illuminati at 1/3 health.
Yeah, El Kakoi is, I was going to say working on the flawless for a moment there up until he took just a little bit of chip damage.
Well, almost an honorary flawless. Illuminati just not dealing well with the zoning at all. This is so strange. This is not at all how the matchup went the first time that they played. Illuminati is looking less comfortable now than he was then. And after that, playing so many different other players, including multiple other Cetrions, this is surprising. Oh, yes!
Stage fatality, okay.
Yes! Nobody does stage fatalities. It's like, I don't think most people even know the input for the stage fatality. And last time I was here in this broadcast, I said, okay, this is a challenge for everybody out there. Do more stage fatalities, because we never see them. And El Kakoi not only going up 2-0 pre-reset in the grand finals, but did pull off the stage fatality. So I think that's probably feeling pretty good.
I feel like maybe that was a bit of a statement that of how good El Kakoi was feeling. all I need from El Kakoi at this point is to change the name of the variation, and I feel like he would just be a full power. It's just, you are more than just an off-brand Unjust. I promise you, I know it. What is this?
Okay, well, first of all, it looks like we might be getting a Johnny Cage. But before we talk about that, I want to say, I think the fair rule here is that if El Kakoi wins this week, Unjust needs to change his variation name for Cetron to, what was it? What was this called? It wasn't like rip off.
Off-brand El Kakoi?
Off-brand, yeah, it'll be off-brand El Kakoi. I think that's the rule. He's gonna have to change that Cetron variation name to that if we get the win. But Illuminati committing to a strange choice here, going with the Johnny Cage. He's gonna have the Throwing Shades, Rising Star, and the mid force ball. Not a weird one to see. This is a pretty common setup for Johnny Cage, and the zoning is actually very capable of going toe-to-toe with the Cetron zoning.
He's also gonna have crazy damage. That's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
if he gets the crushing blow, like I feel like that's gonna just even things out pretty heavily.
Ooh, but catching out of the air, and I mean, so far the Johnny Cage hasn't really shown what it's made of.
And, you know, first round it happens. I feel it.
Yeah.
Especially considering we haven't seen the Cage at all. It's been all gearish.
I mean, that's absolutely true, but when you're in a situation like this, down 2 games, pre-reset on the lower side of Grand Finals, you need to not be able to... you need to, like, win without taking that 1 round to adjust, right? You don't have that to give up.
Yeah, okay, you got me on that one. Especially, he's already in Fatal Blow territory. This is, it's looking difficult, but, okay, that mid-fireball is really important. Unfortunately, not catching movement like Illuminati probably was expecting to do there. And tournament point here for El Kakoi.
Yeah, that was a huge risk. And, you know, one thing is that even down that much life, that was actually still a very winnable situation until that huge risk was taken, because the Throwing Shades, it gets the crushing blow if you use it after the Fatal Blow cancel. And that means that this is the variation with probably the biggest comeback potential in the entire game, because the damage is just unbelievable. So, you know, even if the life lead does start to go in El Kakoi's favor this time, I'm not going to say it's over until it's over. And that was a super unsafe accident, yet still didn't get punished. This is not looking super great for Illuminati. Gets hit with a 2-on-3, has defensive bar, but it gets red. Just one more hit.
Hit. Fatal Blow cancel, and yeah, there's the Shades.
He might be dead. Oh no, big drop. He thought he was going to land in front. And that might mean everything, and it will. 3-0. El Kakoi, for the very first time, is going to be your North American Open Series champion, and only one name in a list of 5 people to ever be a North American Open Series champion.
And one of them was his brother.
Yeah. But, you know, I think there's so much more to this storyline, right? Like, we've seen El Kakoi just time and time again, just not quite getting there. And today was just an absolutely different El Kakoi, looking stronger as the day went on. I mean, even fighting off all of that momentum from Illuminati, and it really looks like Cetron may be the go-to pick in the future pretty permanently, as I don't think I've ever seen El Kakoi as comfortable with a character. And yeah, I think we're gonna have to make sure that Unjust switches his Cetron name to off-brand El Kakoi.
Oh man, I can't wait for I think it's what in. Well, I guess Mighty Unjust might not make it to the finals, unfortunately. Yep. But the next time Unjust is available, I would like to see it. I'll check in. I'll see.
Oh yeah, we're gonna make sure. All right, admins, can we do that? Can we threaten to disqualify him? I'm just kidding. But you know, I'm sure as a brother, he's going to make him do that if he does hear this, because you know that's what brothers do. They're definitely going to talk a lot of trash to each other, but I'm very, very happy for El Kakoi to finally get on the board as far as tournament wins, and I think it's absolutely well deserved. Today was a very weird day with a lot of players we didn't expect, but extremely good play from all of them. Illuminati more and more becoming a gigantic threat in the Open Series, especially after showing off that he not only has the incredible Kung Lao, but the Garrus. And then Eva making, I think, her second appearance in the Open Series, and yet again placing extremely high, this time in 3rd, which is just something else that I think we're going to see a lot in the future again. Javier with, I think, the highest placement that they've ever had. There's just so much going on in that bracket, but you know what? If you haven't had enough Mortal Kombat 11, you only have to wait a few more days and you're going to see a lot of these players again. You can just tune in on March 26th, same time, and it is going to be the March monthly finals where the stakes are higher, so people are going to be playing even more seriously, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot more surprises. But of course, after that, you can go and watch the Under Night monthly finals on the 29th. You can watch the Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle monthly finals on March 30th, and then on the 31st, you can watch the Soul Calibur 6 monthly finals, and all of those are always amazing. I've watched so many of those, and they're always good 100% of the time.
Yeah, you guys can just go to compete.playstation.com to be able to keep up with all that stuff, or maybe enter yourself into one of these upcoming events. You know, just that's your one-stop shop, not only for Mortal Kombat, but those games as well, and the pro competition right there. You're going to be able to see it all here on compete.playstation.com.
Yeah, and I mean, do that, but that's it for us. Today has been a very strange day, but, you know, again, I'm super happy that we finally got to work together. It's been a really good experience, and I'm glad that we had such wild days to to carry us through this very first time. But
quite literally a trial by fire for us to first commentate together, right?
yeah. But hey, you know that's how it's always going to work. But regardless, is there anything before we close this out that you would like to say?
Hey, no, I think I've said it all at this point. You know, I'm really happy that everybody joined us for some more Mortal Kombat 11 action, and stay tuned within the next couple of days, because the monthly finals, again, I know we said it already, but I can't stress it enough, is coming up on the 26th. So stick around for that.
Yep, but that means that is it for us. I hope you all had a great time watching today, and like Isaiah just said, we'll be back very soon with more Mortal Kombat. But until then, thank you all for watching, and we'll see you later.
PlayStation.
You can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You won't beat the hell out of the Looks like bling. Going up, yeah. Going up, yeah.
No! Wait! No jokes, no gimmicks, just combat.
PlayStation